Sorry.
Hello and welcome everybody to this fantastic round. Last round, the most important, the most decisive round. Today we are gonna find out if Alexandra Botez is gonna win the tournament or not. I'm Women's Grandmaster Dina Balankine. Alongside me is the proud coach and fantastic commentator, Mr. Grandmaster Jan Lodvighammer. How are you doing, Jan?
I'm not great. It's very early in the morning, Dina, and we have Alexandra ready at the board. So is her opponent, Dejan Dimitrov, and the game is off. Dejan, he plays quite a lot of different things with the white pieces. Sometimes he plays e4, sometimes he plays c4, sometimes he plays knight f3, and then he's a bit coy about what he does next. Knight f3, knight f6 on the board. He can go g3, he can go d4, he can go c4. But if he goes d4, we have a little surprise planned for him. But he goes g3. So now all prep is out. And Alexandra is on her own. Andrea, in the meantime, is at the board, but her opponent is not. Andrea's game is actually crucially important in Alexandra's quest for winning this tournament, because Andrea is Alexandra's backup plan. If Alexandra loses, then we will have Alessia, the Polish girl. If Alessia wins and Alexandra loses, then Alessia and Alexandra are super close in the tiebreaks. But since Alexandra has played against Andrea, that means any points Andrea wins actually benefits Alexandra in the tiebreaks. So even if Alexandra loses, she could still win the tournament, especially if her sister wins.
That is crazy. And I believe, of course, both girls are aware of that. And Andrea knows that she is now a complacent. That's the word. Complacent.
What is going on in Andrea's board? That is a young boy. And according to the tournament website, she is supposed to be playing against a 40-year-old woman. Have we been confusing the Chinese names? Does the organizers have the wrong Chinese player? Do we have any experts in Chinese names? Do we have Coach Benzea? Can he shed some light on which Shan Wang we have been preparing against?
Just because Coach Benzea prepares Jabal in London doesn't mean he speaks Chinese.
Yeah, no, but that's my concern. His lack of Mandarin knowledge might actually be a problem here. Because I was the organizers on their chess results page, they definitely have this player down as a 40-year-old woman. So why that is, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Man, 40-year woman sounded so bad. So bad. So wasted. Okay, never mind.
That's you not projecting, Dina. That was not
I know.
said.
Man, today's a big day at the office, and both the sisters are thinking are now let alone without the opponents. That's some beautiful mastery over here. Up. Andrea's facing a
Wow.
gambit.
Andrea accepts the Mora gambit. If they were expecting this, then the Mora gambit is not very dangerous for black.
But have
It's
they
not-
not? Then Andrea should have started thinking already, because you don't want to get attacked early on when you don't know what's going on. I hate when I'm being faced gambits for the first time and I haven't seen them before.
Yeah. I personally I like to go knight f6 here, just to transpose into a different line that's completely fine for black without any gambits being accepted. But Andrea she's fighting her sister's cause. She says that the best way of defeating a gambit is by accepting it, and this is definitely true. We'll see how she does. The fact that Andrea continues playing very quickly afterwards tells me she was definitely expecting this, and then she should have decent chances, in my opinion.
Yes, she is playing fast, and I'm happy to see that. That's, to be honest, quite surprising to me. Who would have thought that Andrea knows the Mora Gambit? But I guess Alex Bonzea has been on top of the things.
Yeah. Another thing we should mention is that Andrea is also fighting for prizes.
Oh, nice.
So if Andrea wins today, she's gonna have a top 10 finish, and she's gonna win one of the at the very least win one of the women's prizes, but she might also get one of the ordinary. I'm a bit uncertain about the prize structure and such, but Andrea is definitely fighting for herself here as well as her sister, in terms of her results here. Bishop f4 on the board, Dina, and instant reply bishop to b4 from Andrea. So it seems to me Andrea is well prepared for today, cautiously optimistic already in her situation.
That's so impressive. That is so impressive. I am my hat, removing my hat in front of Andrea and her coach Alex Bonzea. Nice. Bishop b4, and you want to put the knight to e7 or f6, I assume. Very nice. And her opponent is uncomfortable. He didn't expect Andrea Botez to come up so well prepared.
And in the meantime, Alexandra goes pawn to c5. So Alexandra had an interesting choice here. She could have just continued copying her opponent's moves. They had made identical moves so far in this game. But after pawn to e4, Alexandra doesn't want to just copy, and she tries to go for c5 instead, creating an imbalance while still having control in towards the center of the board.
Do you think she just had an opportunity to stay solid, but her instinct prevailed?
Yes.
So one of those moments when Alexandra is leading and has a choice of playing super boring, drawbish kind of like setup, even though obviously no one would guarantee a draw there. But for Alexandra, a draw would mean a win in the tournament, and yet she goes for asymmetric pawn structure, leading more chance for 3 results. Ooh, she's spicing up from early on.
Yeah. She can't really help herself, can she? But
Yeah.
it's okay.
But
It is what it is.
I was like, no, but just because I play e5 doesn't mean that he can give me a draw. I'll just, and they say copycat game, mirror game is a bad thing. But in that particular position, there was no risk.
Well, the copycats is not necessarily going to be equal, but it's pretty likely to be in very
Yeah.
many scenarios.
Did
But
you?
okay.
Yeah, I assume you had lots of discussions regarding the potential results and potential game strategies, didn't you?
No, for Alexandra, it's pretty straightforward. Try. If you get a draw, you win the tournament. If you don't get a draw, then whatever happens, happens. So we didn't really focus on that. We only focused on the openings and having her feel comfortable about what could happen. The problem there, of course, was that we cannot predict the future, and this guy is quite flexible in the different openings he plays. And we prepared a bit of a surprise for him to get a very complicated position early on that I think would have suited Alexandra's style a lot more than Dimitrov's. But he didn't allow the scenario where we went aggressive early on, and as a result, it's going to be a long-winded maneuvering game, but that's fine. We can do those. We don't feel as confident that those kind of situations work out in the end. But the position is equal. And as long as the position is equal, we should be very, very optimistic. She wants 2,000 more. That's a good point, Chiana. But there was some mods who said that she maybe makes 2,000 with a draw here, because her opponent is so high rated. So let me just double check that with the mod may be
right, because we
sleeping.
would only need 1 point.
Okay, no, Grumpy is awake. How much does Alexandra gain with a win? Alexandra gets 0.8 for a draw, which will get her to 2,000. So with a draw here today, Alexandra both wins the tournament and gets her 2,000 rating for the June 1st rating list. That's not too bad.
That would be a dream come true. All right, and we got the moves in Andrea's game.
Yeah, and in fact, the move that was played, queen to b3, is considered a mistake by the computer. Andrea is already up a pawn, and it's no ordinary pawn. It's a central pawn.
That's impressive.
And those are extra valuable. So whenever you sacrifice a central pawn, you got to be very careful about your follow-up, because otherwise your opponent is gonna have a big advantage. And here, Andrea's opponent has not been firm enough in his early counterplay, and Andrea now has the opportunity to play knight to f6, threatening the pawn on e4, because we have this bishop pointing in towards the king. So even though the knight is kind of controlling the e4 square, it's not really, because it can never move at the moment. And if white then just defends the pawn that's under attack, then Andrea can advance in the center and Okay, for some reason, the advance in the center was not good, Dina. So apparently it's still not completely obvious, but just continued development, Andrea, and good things will happen.
Yeah, just short castle d6 and life is good.
So that could be huge news for Alexandra also, as Alexandra is also she needs results to go in her way for her to win the tournament, even if she loses this game. I also want to mention that Alexandra's main competitor for the first place, Alessia, the Italian name but Polish flag, 14-year-old. She's playing Oog today.
Ooh,
So today we're cheering for Oog. If Oog doesn't lose,
is that
then
her?
Alexandra is the winner of the tournament, no matter what happens.
Yeah, that's crazy. So basically, Alexandra's opponent Dimitrov is not.
Oh my God! And Dina, Alessia just so Oog in that game. Alessia has played the Sicilian. Oog has gone for the same opening as Andrea's opponent, the Mora gambit. So Alessia is already up a pawn, but she faces an early pressure. And Alessia, unlike Andrea, did not expect this opening. And Alessia just fell for a trap that could potentially give Hugues Benoit an advantage, which we would love to see. So very exciting stuff happening on more than 2 boards now. Although I will say that Hugues winning or making a draw is plan C, because plan
Wow.
A and plan B is Alexandra winning or Alexandra making a draw.
Wait, what is Andrea in the plan? Andrea is plan C, then Hugo is plan D.
No, Hugues is plan C and then Andrea is plan D.
Ah.
Because we only need Andrea if Hugues loses.
Otherwise, we don't need Andrea, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So that this conversation can be taken out of context and tortured the way it's not supposed to be. Yeah. Right. Wow. Who would have thought? What a crazy coincidence. The same opening trap for in the same tournament, the same round for the same leaderboards. But it's crazy that Dimitrov, Alexandra's opponent, even if he were to beat Alexandra, he would still not be the one fighting for the first place. This is interesting.
Well, it's because Dimitrov lost in the first round. So the level of his opponents have been just a lot weaker than Alexandra's and Alessia's.
Poor guy must have not been woken up for the first round. I mean,
well, he's done a good job after that, it has to be
right.
said.
Yeah. Alexandra kind of has a pride to prove, kind of, because Dimitrov beats Andrea without any chance. So kind of she has things to defend, to prove in the office for the household, but right now a draw equals win.
Yeah. In Alexandra's game, the move she should play here is pawn to e5. And if you're supposed to play pawn to e5, then that tells you that maybe you should have played pawn to e5 instead of pawn to c5 earlier on. Because now when you make both advances, you have a problem that you have no pawns that can ever take over control of the d5 square. And white will try to maneuver their knight towards that outpost. But that being said, the reason why we should go for this e5 move is because otherwise, if we go something like b5, then white would be able to push forward in the center, getting two very nice pawns next to each other, and white would be very happy to control that middle of the board. So e5 is then a move directed to prevent white from easily making the advance, and basically just taking more control in the center of the board, being more aggressive in that part of the board than her opponent.
That is interesting. I actually played these positions myself for white a lot. And I can tell you that the most annoying is always when black does the exact same thing. On the other side, the most welcoming for me is when they do the Sicilian setup, because I have a clear plan of attacking. Like kind of this King's Indian attacking.
So that means you would also agree that e5 is best to try and stop your easy plan of advancing the pawns in the center.
Yeah, I think pretty much everything that allows white, let's say even e6, that allows white to do what they want is not something black should be happy about. Like this is
Yeah,
you don't want to
this
do
this
that.
is very bad for black because
This,
here
uh,
the what Dina calls the barrier, but what is
exactly.
actually more like yeah. I still like kind of granite or like something a very solid rock. But in either case, in either expression, the point is that the black bishop is unable to participate in play because of the pawns protecting each other, but also keeping then black's bishop from having any influence beyond that first pawn in the center. And what Alexandra would do in such a position is that she would always go for this f6 move because she thinks f6 is the right move in every circumstance where white has an advanced pawn in the center. And then after the trade, what happens is that you've opened up for the white rook to point against your pawn, and that pressure is a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, Alexandra should spend a little bit more time with my friend Ben Feingold. He would teach her everything about f6 and how not to play it.
But we would also be happy for her to not even get into the situation where it would be necessary to play. And pawn to e5 is such a move because then after pawn to d4, Alexandra would be able to capture and then go bishop to g4, and she would have nice pressure in towards the knight, in towards the queen. The knight is trying to protect the d4 square, and that's really what this strategy is about. We're trying to open up for our bishop on the diagonal and increasing the pressure in towards the d4 pawn. So something like this would be very, very good for black.
Nice. That is interesting. I had many games like that as well. And Alexandra is thinking, which is good, Hammer, because this is a critical moment, and she kind of not accidentally, I would say, she knows that it's time to think and find the plans. Yeah, time to push the
And she
pawn.
played e5, Dina. Great move. I'm very happy with that.
Nice. Congratulations. Ooh, that's fantastic. Amazing news for us. Finally. We
And
could.
that makes it a lot more difficult for Dimitrov because now he cannot rely on his most obvious plan. And now he's got to start maneuvering his knights all over the place. which is, I mean, it's okay for white, but black is definitely equal.
Yeah, these knights are gonna have a lot of maneuvering, but most importantly, they're not gonna participate in the attack. Some funny plans here could be a3 and b4. This is also my favorite, but okay. As long as Alexandra develops her bishops, man, it's only one bishop. We're only one bishop away from clapping, chat.
Ina,
Yes.
damn. Alexandra castled on move 4. It's literally the fastest, the earliest possible you can castle in a game of chess.
Wait,
And she did it on move 4.
We have been asleep all this time, Hammer. What is happening? What is this with us? We didn't even say anything salty about the castle. It's just it's time to wake up.
Yeah, no, I mean, because we're looking at a normal game of chess. And so we think it's not that uncommon to castle very early on, even the earliest possible you can castle. But now, as we're waking up, we're realizing that this is Alexandra Botez we are talking about, and she does not ordinarily castle on move 4. But we're very happy to see it, though. Big fan. Would like to see it more.
Oh my. Who would have guessed? By the end of the tournament number 5, Alexandra Botez learned how to castle. Not just learned, but did it on the move 4. All it took was 5 tournaments, 5 multiplied by 9, 45 games it took Alexandra to remember what is castle. But hey, here we are. I think it's a sign. I think it's a sign from the lore that today is gonna be a big day in the Botez history.
And Dimitrov goes knight to d2. So he continues his maneuvering. He stays flexible. And I think the one thing I would like for Alexandra to avoid here is being too aggressive. But on the other hand, aggressive is her middle name. D5 here is a possibility, Dina. But the reason I don't like this is that after takes, you open up for the white rook and you open up for the white bishop. So even though you have an advance in the center, that gives the opponent a very easy plan of putting pressure in towards your position. So personally, in these circumstances, like I would prefer if she plays something like h6 and b6. Just stay super solid. Just wait for white to show you what their plan is. And if they decide to maneuver around the knight to the e3 square, then you can start going for d5 when you're better placed to face a potential opening up for the center. You need just a couple of moves to prepare for the central advance. And this h6 move is generally very useful because if you go bishop to e6 here, there are some opportunities in some variations where white can try to attack that bishop. And also, there are some situations where white would want to go with their bishop to g5, trade for the black knight, because then the black knight that was controlling the d5 square is no more, and white can try to benefit from that by maneuvering their knights forward. So both of these ideas for white can be prevented by the move h6. So that is generally a very useful move in these situations. h6 followed by bishop e6, that would be my my preferred plan of action. but I don't really care what she does. Only that. Well, even pawn to d5 is fine, Dina. It's a central. Oh my god, knight to e8, Dina. Dina.
Do you want me to get started?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. If Hammer himself asks for it. All right, let's try chat. d4, knight, b8, d5, bishop h8. The absolute harmony reached by Alexandra Botez. Connect 8, your favorite game, also known as chess. I mean, it's not as bad as one would think, but I was just one move away.
It's just the general principle.
Yeah.
Like you're one move away from kind of completing the development of your minor pieces, and then you move the knight back, so now you're 2 moves away. You had a move, you were 1 move away, and instead of making it and completing your development, you spend time undeveloping your pieces.
Well,
it's not super bad here, like you said, Dina, but it's still wild to me. And also, Dina, it leaves the protection of the d5 square, so it kind of it's really provoking white into getting the knight to d5 ASAP.
Yeah.
I just I cannot.
I think everything has a limit, Hammer. I think everything, like, probably Alexandra just doesn't want to spoil us too much. She said, guys, come on, I already give you a castle on move 4. Enough is enough.
But I think Jimbo in chat is onto what she wants. And let's just say Alexandra is not used to playing a game where draw is a good result. Jimbo says, is she planning to push her F pawn forward? And I'm gonna say yes. I think it's the only thing that would make this move make sense. And to be fair, Dina, pushing that pawn forward, that is not the worst idea in the world. Like something like this would be very nice for black, having the attack already down towards the white king.
No, I could definitely see Alexandra get away with this. I think we're more kind of using the opportunity to joke around rather than being super critical. In this position, it's not as bad, but it's fun when you can see a certain pattern in the style of your hero.
Your hero, chat, not ours.
Hey, I didn't say that.
I extrapolated.
That was like your hero, like it's like, you know, like third person.
My heroes develop their pieces, Dina. Why knight to e8 instead of knight to h5, asks Vila. Because yesterday Andrea got into some trouble when she put her knight on the edge of the board. She found it difficult to continue with f5 afterwards, because after capture and recapture, the knight on h5 would be a bit undefended and have some pressure against it from the white queen. So yesterday we saw Andrea kind of scrambling to get that knight to a different square in order to make her f5 pawn push. So that I actually do think there's a fair reasoning for putting the knight back instead, in that it makes f5, f4 a stronger plan moving forward.
And in the meantime, Andrea Botez did something that I am very pleased to see. I don't know yet what is evaluation bar for that, but Andrea put her pawn in the center and castled, of course. Andrea is doing everything by the book. Unfortunately, white managed to equalize, but when white manages to equalize, it's not the worst thing that can happen for you to you.
Yeah, Andrea got her pawn forward in the center. To be fair, that was my instinct
Oh,
on
really?
what to do as well. Yeah, I had a variation where I put my knight on f6 and then pawn to d5, which the computer also didn't like.
Oh, yeah.
So the problem with pushing this pawn 2 steps forward is that white now converges a lot of pressure on that pawn. The thing is, Andrea now is going to give up her bishop for the knight in order to stop this pressure. And then maybe white with the bishop pair could have some advantage with their dark squared control. But frankly, I'm not seeing it, Dina. I think this is perfectly fine for Andrea. She's not even losing that pawn. And she just needs to figure out how to develop afterwards. But when you have an extra pawn, you have a lot of leeway. So I think this is just very solid for Andrea. She's up a pawn, her pawn is protected, and she can get the queen out, the rooks into the center afterwards. Life is good.
Yeah, whenever you have an extra pawn, you should always look for ways how to give it back. That's the general rule that not many know. It's kind of an advanced rule. Whenever you're up material, always look for ways to give it back. And the meaning behind it is like you obviously don't just want to give back something that you earned. You want to transpose your advantage from one to another, and it's a big scale. So let's say transpose a material advantage of a pawn into some positional advantage, or like cleaning up the position, like simplifying. It can be anything. Here it would be development and getting some air.
But at the same time, I don't hate just hanging on to the pawn, Dina. I don't see what white's bishop pair, why it should be that impressive.
Yeah, and there is also that. I am quite happy here with Andrea's prep, even though she started thinking and she's like 15 minutes down on her clock, but her opponent is 10 minutes. So I think it's very legit. I like the circumstances here so far. And let's not forget Andrea's opponent is higher rated and could be like more active as well.
We don't have his age, but he does seem like a talented young lad, to use the Andrea vocabulary.
Talented. Yeah. He's not the person that was seen on chess results, but that didn't stop.
Okay, if this now is a 40-year-old woman, I'm gonna be very embarrassed. But Dina, can we agree that does not look like that? Definitely looks like there's been a name mix-up.
No, I
The
agree.
opponent is the one listed. Oh my God, Omens, are you sure? I'm so sorry.
So who did that? You did that?
I think I did.
Well, Hammer, that explains why Andrea was prepared. So
Yeah,
just
it does.
for the camera, I mean, there was no other way Andrea would have known this gambit anyway. So for the camera means, are you saying that
She looks very young. In my defense, she looks very young. But yeah, that is my biggest blunder of the whole tournament. Of course, it happens on the 9 a.m. last round. I can only apologize.
Well, it's okay, Hammer. Bright side, you were not the one who was preparing Andrea this morning.
Yeah. Sacked in the morning? Yeah, no, that's I deserve that.
Yeah.
Awkward. Very awkward.
It's okay. It's okay. Botez did a good job. Better than.
No way chat will spill the beans. Oh, yeah, I'm relying on you, chat. That's what my life has come to. Good grief. In the meantime, Oog against Alessia. Oog has gotten an advantage out of the opening. So
Ooh.
I'm just keeping an eye on that because I would really like Alexandra to win this tournament. And as long as, well, number one, yeah, here we have the position from Oog with the white pieces against Alessia. Alessia is with the black pieces is Alexandra's main competitor for the title. If Alexandra wins, if Alexandra loses and Alessia wins, then they will be on the same number of points. And then we need to figure out the tie-break calculations. And the tie-break calculations are kind of complicated. They depend on how your opponents have done in the tournament so far. And currently, it's completely tied between Alexandra and Alessia. So we would prefer if we can get some kind of clarification and an easier calculation to make, which would be the case if Alessia were not to win her game.
Go Uga! Not that it's a good thing to cheer against a 13-year-old talented girl, but in this case, that's what it takes us.
Will there not be playoffs? Asks Random Killer. Playoffs are very uncommon. Usually only the very, very fanciest opens have playoffs. Most tournaments at my level and Alexandra's level, for once, those are one and the same, do not have playoffs in case of a tie, and rather awards the win according to who has the better, whose opponents have done better.
I like for once those are the same.
It's not that super common, Dina, but in this case, it would be accurate.
Interesting.
Torteg asks, did you tell Alexandra to leave the table from time to time? Never seen this before. She was not at the board there, Dina, for a while, but it is also a 9 a.m. round, and I'm not sure how much she slept. So it could be that, but it could also be that she's checking out the ongoing games. For instance, she might go and have a special interest in Alessia's game today.
I don't think so. I mean, for the last 44 games, Alexandra did not check other players' games. I don't think it's today that something's gonna get changed. I like this comment. I'm worried Andrea is focusing so hard she's gonna get a tunnel vision. Yeah. All right, and things are getting very cold in this room. I feel like I need to level up the AC. We need some spice.
Wait, you're cold, so you're pushing the AC to go even more. Are you
Welcome to
sure that
America.
made? I'm not sure that made sense. Okay, Alexandra is not playing pawn to f5, but instead she's going knight to c7.
Another plan would be to put the Botezlive hoodie on, but I would do that once we would know the results of Alexandra's game.
Knight to c7 is interesting, Dina.
Okay.
Because now, what is white gonna do? White doesn't really have any moves here. If white goes knight to e3, then you go f5, f4, and you get to kick the knight on its route. But if white is not going to go knight to e3, what is the plan? I guess you can do something like knight to d2. And then if f5, you can take and open up for your bishop. But then black has incredible central control. Like, look at these pawns. They're controlling everything.
Incredible central control. Yeah, no, that would be cool. If Alexandra has a plan knight c7, then you show
Well,
me
knight
with the
c7 has
knight.
been played, Dina.
Oh. Good morning.
Morning.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Would be smart going for d5 to equalize. Well, if she wanted to play d5, she shouldn't have spent 2 moves moving her knight around when she could have done that immediately. So d5 would be a big mistake at this point. And also, d5 doesn't equalize. In fact, the position is more equal without d5. Because after d5, you allow white to open up pressure both against the pawn and on the diagonal and the black pieces there. So Alexandra is not looking to kind of trade here. She's looking for the position to be a bit unbalanced. And essentially her main thing is preventing white from going pawn to d4 and toying with the idea of going pawn up to f4, which would be strategically miserable for white. I'm kind of liking this, Dina. Like, what is he supposed to do? Pretty much no matter what he does, Alexandra can go f5 on the next move.
No, I agree. It's good. I would say Alexandra's position, because her opponent didn't play a principal opening, Alexandra's position has a lot of margin, you know. You can even get creative and do things that Alexandra has been doing and be also totally fine. That's the downgrade of playing not principal openings like 1d4 or 1e4.
One thing I do want to mention is that if white goes for this a3b4 plan that Dina mentioned earlier, it's very important that Alexandra does not go knight to e6. Knight to e6 would be a clear mistake because then white could go knight to e3 and get access to the d5 square. So you don't want to continue this knight maneuver to the point where you're targeting a square that's protected by the white pawn, but then at the same time you're allowing the white knight to come into the d5 square.
Right.
So this knight maneuver is done. Now this far is good, but don't go further because you want to have the control of the square where you have no pawns that can protect. and now your new main plan needs to be pushing the F pawn. That's the only way to justify the fact that you just moved your knight around.
Yeah, that's interesting. This A3 B4 is kind of advanced level idea. I actually don't think he would do that unless he knows it. You don't usually come up
Well,
with these things.
sure, but if you remember Dimitrov from the game he played against Andrea, he played an amazing positional game. And Dimitrov's highest rating was 2,200. So he's quite a good player, even if he hasn't been as good in the past couple of years. His max level is definitely there. He does not play this plan, however, Dina. Instead, he plays knight to h4.
Okay. Well,
And now I'm going to contradict myself, Dina, and say this move actually made knight to e6 good again. Now I kind of like this again, because even though I abandoned the control of the d5 square, the difference is that now after knight to e3, I can potentially go knight to f4.
oh, wow. Nice. Beautiful. Wow.
So that would be exploiting the positioning of the white knight and the fact that my queen is pointing in that direction, giving my knight access to a square I wouldn't normally be able to go to. And since taking here would damage the pawn protection in front of the white king, white would rather have to do something else. But at the same time, I'm threatening to take the bishop. And so maybe the bishop needs to move, and then I can push this f5 afterwards. Ooh, computer didn't like that. Maybe I can go check and then f5. Computer didn't like that either. Okay, I'm concerned, Dina. If computer is not liking f5 ideas, that could be a major concern for Alexandra. And one of the main reasons Dimitrov played knight h4 here is because after f5, now he's planning to capture, and after the recapture, he's going to go f4. That's why he moved the knight, because he wanted to open up for his pawn to advance. And here, the activity of the white bishop on the diagonal and the prospect of white's knight making it up to the d5 square should give white an advantage in a complicated position. And here, the situation is extremely unbalanced, with black having captured in towards the center and having these good central pawns, but then white trying to put pressure on those same pawns. And Dimitrov, knowing that he needs to win this game, he wouldn't object to such a change in the circumstances.
Speaking of, do I need to remind you that today is our last day, which means our last chance to participate in the giveaway given by Coinbase? We have $1,000 at the very least. But if one of the girls wins, we will have not one but 4 prizes of 2,500. Coinbase has been our major sponsor for many events, but this is first time ever that we have been having giveaways every single round during a chess tournament. So to participate, if you haven't yet, I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure all of you have, but just for those who are tuning in the last moment, you use the command Raffle, use the command Coinbase, fill in the Google Doc, use the email address that you have already used, when sign up for Coinbase. If you are just about to sign up, you can claim your $20 free using the code Botez20. This is gonna be your bonus. And yeah, what a journey, what a join. I cannot believe this is the last round. Hammer, are you gonna miss us?
Yeah.
Time flies. Who would have thought? We're already in the round 9.
Yeah. Alexandra has played B5, Dina.
Whoa. What is this multitasking woman? She's playing left, she's playing right, she's controlling the whole board.
Honestly, I don't hate it.
Neither do I.
But now pawn to f5 is never happening again. So like any kind of idea with pawn to f5 is just off the table now. Because we cannot afford to allow this white bishop to point down towards our knight and towards our rook when the knight is not anchored by the pawn anymore.
Right. I like it. Taking space, and kind of white knights are also misplaced in a way now. Just for the same reasons as Andrea could not play f5 yesterday, here Alexandra's opponent cannot play f4 right away. So no, I like it. It also is a good moment because white cannot really do much right now.
You know, Dina, part of the prep we did for today's game, I emphasized the idea of going with a pawn to b4 to open up the scope of the bishop on the diagonal. I wonder if she's inspired by that or if this is just me massively reaching.
Was it for any other different? It was for a different opening, but
It was completely different, and there was no pawn on e5.
Yeah, that was my question. Yeah, makes sense. Could be still. Here the pawn on e5 is there for now, but we can always push the e5 and f5, and things could change.
Yeah. No, actually, the more I look at this, I really like the b5's move. Because it turns out white did a really good job of making our plans of f5 and knight to e6 less effective. But at the same time, when Alexandra says, okay, you went here with the knight, I'm just going to completely ignore that and do my own thing, you realize that white doesn't actually have a plan. White just had an idea on how to respond to black's plan, but then when black chose a different plan altogether, there's just no idea for white what to do.
Interesting. On the other hand, our poor plan D is or has fallen into a 20, 25, 30-minute dungeon. Thoughts? Child, how long has Andrea been thinking? In my own eye, it's been 20 minutes, but I feel like it's been even longer.
It's been a while. It's definitely been a while.
Right.
But it is very early in the morning.
Yeah. I feel like, yeah, no. Yeah. Well, we have to embrace our people. We have the whole 7,000 people watching on Twitch, even though it's a super early round. And I'm sure there's going to be more and more of you guys.
Early or late? Are you a glass half full or a glass half empty kind of person, Dina? At what point does it become early instead of being very late?
For me, both early and late are neutral, but if you're asking me if I'm a negative person, like
No,
you
I'm
are,
asking you if it's 4:30 a.m. and you're awake. Is that you being awake very late or you being awake very early?
it's always gonna be late. Yeah, because I'm not an early bird like all us professional chess players. 3:59. Oh boy. Mm.
Depends if you slept before or not. Yeah, I guess, but I'm asking more as a
Actually,
general thing.
you reminded me if I may grab a tea bag, if that's okay.
You may teabag as much as you want. It's very early in the morning. Please help me. Excuse me. I just couldn't resist. It's very early. I'm very tired. I'm sleep deprived. Is it that early in Norway? You have to realize that an American at heart somehow. So even though it's 10 a.m. in Norway, in my mind it's like 6 a.m. because I'm like half Norwegian, half American commentator in the past month. I before this tournament, I was doing commentary on the candidates tournament in Toronto, and then my sleep schedule got pretty messed up, being on Toronto time, and I didn't really recover my sleep schedule for this event.
Wait, how would you, once again, what times would you be in the commentary?
For Hikaru, for the candidates, we would do like we did 8 p.m. until 2 p.m. 2 a.m.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad.
No, it's not that bad, but
it's way,
you're not going to
yeah.
fall asleep immediately after commentary. And so I started falling asleep maybe at 4 a.m. And then as the tournament progressed, my sleep schedule got even worse. And then it started to become 5 a.m. And then it became 6 a.m. And then it became a problem.
I see. I did this horrible mistake of using the water not filtered but just from the tap, and now my tea has no taste, even though. But never mind. All right.
You're cooking your tea water, right?
Yeah. So
And you still need to filter it?
I mean, it's just it doesn't filter, it doesn't have a taste. But today I didn't filter because I was running to you guys, and but okay. Why is Andrea still thinking?
I don't know.
Andrea, wake
Alexandra's
up.
opponent has played knight to e3. Ooh, and Andrea made a move. She took on c3. I approve.
Okay.
One of the few times I approve of giving up the bishop pair, because I love being up a pawn more than I love the bishop pair. So I know Andrea, probably the reason she was thinking is because she knows I'm watching, she knows I'm judging, and she was trying to consider, do I really want to give up the bishops with Hammer watching? And I will make sure to inform her after the game that I may be a fan, an aficionado of the bishops working together, but I love pawns even more.
Nice. Yeah, Andrea did the right decision, even though it took her, I'd say 30 minutes, probably 30 minutes.
But her position is fine. So I'm not too concerned yet. She's up a pawn, and the onus is really on her opponent to justify why she's given away the pawn.
Yep. Chat is asking where's Dario Di Dario. Don't worry, he's still playing. He's gonna come join us once he finishes.
Dina's making a joke. We do not have access to Dario Di Dario. And I know this is going to disappoint a lot of you. But
no, come on, he always comes. He comes every game.
oh, I thought you meant he was going to join us in commentary. Yeah, no, Dario is he's going to come check out how we're doing. Yes.
Oh god.
Andrea's opponent took with the pawn, Dina, instead of the queen.
What? Really?
Yeah.
And he didn't even think about it. I mean, I assume he was thinking what Andrea was thinking, but still.
Yeah, she must have decided that she wanted to keep the pressure against b7 and towards the d5 square. But it is a very high price to pay that the two white pawns are no longer working together and can no longer protect each other. I would say that's a much higher price than it was worth. But that's what I'm saying, Dina. Like it's bad news having being down a pawn and having to justify being down a pawn, because it makes you make strange decisions in order to try and put pressure on more of your opponent's pieces. And in the meantime, Alexandra is pushing even more pawns up on the queen side. And I'm loving it. I think she's found a really, really good plan here. And I'm liking her position. I guess her opponent now, though, Dina, is going to go a4.
Okay.
Because then the attack on the b5 pawn, the pawn moves forward. And since the pawn moves forward, it releases control of the c4 square, allowing the white knight to jump there.
Interesting. Position is still fine. In the meantime, I see Andrea made a move, which is a good thing because she was just taking so much time. And now she played right away. And she played queen to a5.
Good
How
move.
about that?
Yeah,
Nice.
we approve. Get the queen away from this rook's x-ray down the d file.
Well learned, Mr. Hama.
And Alexandra's opponent does go for this a4 plan. So he wants to have the c4 square for his knight. And the problem here is that now Alexandra has maximized her pawn advance on the queen side. And now she needs to make a new plan. And it's not entirely clear what that should be.
Okay, b4 is played. On the board. Man, imagine Alexandra wins this game. I would.
Oh God.
I knew that would happen. Oh God, I knew that would happen. No, please, it's a T. No. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's not as bad. It's not as bad. Okay, I need some napkin.
The funny thing about this chat is that Dina still gonna say yes to do commentary 4 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning next time she's asked. She's not gonna learn anything from this experience. She's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, no, I can do that," and then she will have forgotten everything that happened today. It pays the bill. It does pay the bills, but then the question is, how many extra bills do you get from destroying your house, running around half asleep at 3 a.m. in the morning? It becomes a tricky cost benefit analysis. Emma trash talks Dina when she's busy. I mean, it is the best time to trash talk, though.
It's not funny.
It is kind of funny. In the meantime, Alessia has an advantage against Oog. Oog. So Alexandra can only rely on herself here. We need Alexandra to take care of business herself in order to kill the excitement.
Apologies on that.
No, you're fine. I hope.
What is this? Today they get up off the board.
I guess it's so early in the morning that even they realize that there's no hope to keep concentration.
Right.
Since Alessia is doing well, it becomes quite important how Alessia's and Alexandra's previous opponents are doing in their game. And I made a little note here, kind of showcasing who the different opponents are and what their expected results are based on my quick estimation of their situations. And one of the people I had down as being a significant favorite in their game, Rudy Noors, from Belgium, he's not doing that well. He's under pressure from Mattia Simonelli, I think. Well, actually, computer says Rudy's completely winning. Oh, God. Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. Computer says Rudy's completely winning because he can make a fantastic sacrifice against Matthias King. Yeah, okay. I take back everything I said. One of Alessia's opponents are about to win a game early on. So that is bad news for Alexandra, and Alexandra should win her game to make sure that there are no tiebreak calculations needed. But one of Alexandra's former opponents is actually up a pawn, Dina, which is very good news for Alexandra. A certain A. Botez has
a certain A. Botez
has an extra pawn. So if this is plan D, but if Alexandra loses and Alessia wins, then Andrea's result will have a clear impact on who wins the tiebreakers. Because Andrea has played against Alexandra, and it becomes then to Alexandra's benefit that her sister win this game.
That's so cool. Just to get it straight, while I was away, Alexandra's opponent did not play knight to c4?
He hasn't yet. But I would be very surprised if it doesn't happen fairly soon, Dina.
Okay.
What? He played bishop f3.
Yeah. Should I not watch the clip, right, Chad? I wouldn't be able to hold it together. Okay, bishop f3. What's the idea? He wants knight g2? Nah. He wants bishop g4? He wants knight g4? Knight g4 and knight h... No.
Definitely wants bishop g4.
Interesting. So he wants to help Alexandra develop her last piece. Got it.
I mean, it's not that easy, Dina. You know that.
Because Alexandra would play knight to e6 and not let it?
No, I'm just saying, if you trade off the light squared bishops, you remove one of black's main protectors of the d5 square, which you will try then to exploit later on. When all of black's pawns are on the dark squares, it means that the light squared bishop is kind of the good one. Unfortunately, we lost Andrea's picture, and we're not getting it back.
Well, we
immediately.
Will. Don't worry.
So we may need a couple of minutes to correct the situation. And frankly, that's going to take some of the girls' concentration. And we need Andrea to be in tip-top shape.
Tip-top shape. Oh, boy.
Alexandra goes h5 to prevent...
You were right. When you said it's not that easy. You were right. Her opponent wants to play bishop g4 and trade the last undeveloped piece, but Alexandra said, no, I don't want to trade my last undeveloped piece. I want to keep it there.
Alexandra definitely doesn't have a great relationship with staying solid and being okay. And Andrea's cam is back. Good news. The thing I'm concerned about now, Dina, I'm genuinely scared of bishop takes pawn.
Damn it. Chat saw that happening. Yeah.
And I'm kind of scared of these white pieces. There's quite a few of them. that can get involved in an attack against the Black King.
I was told that sacrificing a piece for 2 pawns, and if you continue an attack, it's enough compensation by one grandmaster. Because
Yeah,
the attack, it's like a 3rd pawn.
that seems like a very carefree grandmaster right there.
Carefree?
Like optimistic.
Yeah, like an egg, like cage-free eggs.
No.
Okay. Well, Andrea did sacrifice a piece against Alexandra. I don't. She continued the attack, but it wasn't really strong. I don't remember how many pawns she had, but that didn't work out. Probably.
Yeah, no. Alexandra has experience dealing with these sort of attacks. But Dimitrov proved himself to be quite a cool attacking player against Andrea. And frankly, I've been staring at this position for over a minute now, and I still don't understand what Alexandra is supposed to do here.
Yeah.
You can't really bring your queen in, because then your queen might easily actually get stuck. And here, the white knight, not there not being any black pawns that can chase the knight away, is a serious problem.
Yeah.
And then I guess I can go knight e8, just trying to get more pieces over to this side of the board. I'm still kind of scared of just the knight coming in. I suppose, Dina, I suppose I can just take and then go knight e7 and just try and trade off all of these attacking pieces. Actually, this makes sense, Dina. Just move the knights towards the king side where the stuff is happening. And here, I feel like Alexandra should be safe.
Hmm.
Do you agree?
Yes. I'm thinking, like, is Alexandra 5 head right now, and she's like, or like what she did against Andrea. I knew that Gremlin hands could not take away the possibility to sack. And now she's like, I want him to sack because I want to win this game. A draw is not enough.
Yeah, maybe that would be quite risky behavior, I think, but maybe I wouldn't discount it.
Interesting. Oh,
In the
right.
meantime, moves are coming in on Andrea's board, and number one, she's forcing her opponent to move the pieces back. And Andrea has herself moved her pieces forward. And now, as the white bishop starts pointing towards the black queen, Andrea removes the queen from that positioning. But now the queen protects the pawn on b7 and protects the square f4, which means if white tries to attack the black knight can move forward, protected by the queen, making threats against the white bishop. Andrea has a very nice position, Dina. Imagine, honestly, I'm not hoping, I swear, I'm not hoping Alexandra loses her game. But I will say that the scenario in which Alexandra loses, Alessia wins, but then Andrea clutches up Alexandra's tournament victory by winning her game, that would be such an epic story. Content brain. I mean, I'm my talents are wasted, Gerber. I should write chess fan fiction. Okay, that came out wrong.
You mean you should be hired as Botezlive producer?
Well, let's just say fan fiction has a bit of a connotation that, yeah, is different to thinking of tiebreak scenarios.
Okay, I see. I see.
It's very early in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Andre is doing well. Damn, I'm so happy. Andre needs to put the bishop on c7 and then we can clap. Yeah, it's 4:25. I feel like last time we did a morning round, things were easier, Hammer. I guess it's that thing that you get when you reach the 9th round.
Yeah. Okay, let's think if Dimitrov is not gonna sacrifice Dina,
Yes.
does he even have any decent options? I guess he can still go knight to c4.
Mm-hmm. Knight to c4. Oh god. Well, that's beautiful. We got all the games going. All the competitors.
Wow. Okay. So in this overview, Alessia is our main concern because if Alessia doesn't win, then Alexandra will have won the tournament regardless of her result. Alessia is the only person who can catch Alexandra. Then we have Federico Maida with the white pieces, who's the highest rated player. Federico, he has played against Alessia previously in the tournament. So we're kind of cheering against him, if I'm honest. And then we have Rudy, who we're also cheering against because he played against Alessia previously. But Andreas Cam is back, maybe only temporarily. But Andreas Cam is back now. So we'll stay up to date on all the games going on in this final round. The easiest thing would, of course, be for Alexandra to avoid the loss. And frankly, she has a nice position at this point. But in case tiebreak calculations are needed, I have made notes and stuff and whatnot, and we will be ready for that scenario as well.
And Andrea got herself a tea.
Not a coffee?
Oh, sorry. I forgot that coffee exists. I got contaged. Influenced by Mr. Hammer and everything that happened to me earlier. I'm obviously meant coffee.
Yeah. Andrea's just up a pawn at this stage, Dina.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's absolutely no reason she should be unhappy about having the extra pawn. She has a very nice plan moving forward. Pawn to b6, followed by bishop out on the diagonal. Pawn to b6, bishop b7, have that bishop pointing down towards the white king. It's just perfect coordination of the pieces.
Wow.
In the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has played knight to g2.
Oh. Oh. Ew. That's so nasty. Oh, that's so ugly.
So I think he's planning to go knight to e3 is c4 followed by knight to e3.
Okay.
And the weird thing here is that no matter what happens, white is always equal because black doesn't have any pawn breakthroughs to utilize. If Alexandra tries to go pawn to f5, she's ruining her own position by opening up for the white bishop towards the black pieces.
Okay.
If Alexandra goes pawn to d5, well, here it's just not protected. But also, if she does so after bishop e6, in this sort of circumstance, then playing pawn to d5 would open up for pressure in the center and also potential pressure towards the c5 pawn that cannot be protected by other pawns and can easily be attacked.
Okay.
And Alexandra doesn't have any other pawn breaks. Like nowhere else other than d5 and f5 can she really advance her pawns. And if she wants to play with her pieces, the problem is anywhere Alexandra tries to jump, the white pawns are taking control of the knight's forward options. So Alexandra's position is kind of deceptively difficult to play because it's really tricky figuring out a plan. Okay, I have an idea, Dina.
Yes.
Okay, first, just Andrea's board. C4 was played, putting pressure on the knight. Andrea moved the knight forward, attacking the bishop. The bishop retreated, and now I'm not sure for Andrea, but I would guess pawn to b6, right? Pawn to b6, and you try to get the bishop pointing down the diagonal. But there is a concern that white could potentially go pawn to c5 and try and open up some pressure with the rook and queen down towards these black pieces. Oh, and Dina. Alexandra has taken on c3. Big mistake. Yeah, she couldn't really deal with the tension of the position. And it was difficult to find a plan moving forward. And so she's chosen to take on c3, but that is strategically a very, very bad move. Her idea is that I am the one controlling the open file, but the black pawn was so much further advanced than the white pawn. And so this trade between the pawns, there was no rush to make that trade. She could have made that trade at any point. She could have gone rook to b8 first to try and keep her options open. But by making the trade immediately, she goes from having a massive space advantage on the queen side because her pawn was so much higher up the board than white's, to now there's no space advantage at all. And she's also disconnected this pawn from kind of being grouped with the rest, which is a minor mistake. And in general, she's not going to get as much benefit of this open B file as she's hoping. And I'm concerned that in fact it may backfire on her in the long run.
Yeah, the interesting thing, just to add that, yeah, first of all, when you play rook b8 here, you keep your options open, but also, even if you wanna like double or triple on this open file, you can always do that first, because this b2 pawn really take space from white, and white could not like operate clearly here. So I think it's a huge instructive point for our viewers as well. Like, very good example of basic strategy, strategical understanding. It's like, this is such a narrow way of thinking in chess. Oh, I take the pawn and I get the file. But are you really in a rush? Like, if you prepare it, is there a way your opponent could deal with that? And like, taking on b4 would be bad because we would bring that pawn a5 to the center, as Hammer was saying, the one that was isolated. And plus, we always have the control of the c3 square. And if they move the pawn, then we would get the d4 square. So rook b8 would be 10 times more flexible. But it is what it is. You know, on the bright side, let's say at least she justified for undeveloped bishop and can say that she finished the development, because now that the rook is active, we no longer need to develop the bishop because it's a half developed piece by default.
Yeah. And the computer doesn't think this was that big of a mistake. So this is more like, it's more an instructive mistake than it is a game-changing mistake, right?
Yeah.
It's definitely something, a general principle you wouldn't want to do, and it's good to try and learn as many of these general principles as possible. But as far as the valuation of the position, it is it's not that big of a deal. It's just to my and Dina's grandmaster eyes, we just there's certain things we take for granted, I think, sometimes, because we're classically schooled players, and we haven't necessarily managed to bring forward that schooling to Alexandra on this point. But yeah, in general, when your pawns are further advanced than your opponents, then it's not going to be great for you. You want to be very careful about making the trade. That being said, Dina, bishop to a3, if we're being harsh here, we got to be harsh both ways. Bishop to a3 is a terrible move as well. And just like Alexandra's move, this move is not criticized by the computer. But when you're pointing your bishop into a pawn protected by another pawn, that bishop has no future on that square. So it's a tricky position for both players to deal with at this point, and their moves and struggling to figure out good plans is definitely showcasing that. In addition, Dina, bishop to a3 just invites Alexandra to try and capture the pawn on a4. It's not just that the bishop is poorly placed, it's actively making white's position worse, because now the pawn on a4 is undefended from the rook.
Indeed. And you know, Hammer, well, first of all, I really appreciate you putting me into the same category as you are, and putting me in the same group. It does make me feel good. Thank you on that. And secondly, well, I did manage to teach one of the Botez some basics of strategy, because Andrea now knows about development, castling, taking control of the space by moving the side crab pawns, and even taking the center. She just played e5, and I'm so proud of that, because that was the first line of the engine, but I was also pawn taking the center and developing the bishop. It was so much better than the b6 that you were suggesting, because it did not create weaknesses. And what did you teach Alexandra strategy-wise, Hammer?
Hmm. Um. hmm. She did castle on move 4 today. I'm not sure that's my thanks to me, but I'll take credit for it.
You think it's thanks to you and not all my roasts that spoke to her?
Yeah.
I mean, on a serious note, yeah, this is classic me. You complimented me, put me in the same group as you are, and I just shamed you like that. But I honestly am very grateful. I actually
You're
did.
you're you're not giving me a lot of incentive to keep complimenting you. I will say that.
Okay.
Every time you compliment, Dina strikes back saying you haven't taught your student anything. And then, compliments might be rarer.
In this tournament, Alexandra has a unique. Oh my god, bishop on e6 on the board. This is so beautiful. Are we clapping? Are we clapping? Good. Everybody clap. Alexandra finished the development. Ooh! And she's stretching. She knows. Yeah.
So, in your opinion, you don't need to get connection between the rooks. You don't need to put the queen off the bottom rank.
Of
It's
course
just
you
about the
do.
minor pieces.
No, you do. I just made a video about it recently, by the way. It's funny that you mention it. Two more things you need to do after the opening. First, you bring your queen to connect your rooks, and thing number two, you put your rooks in the open files. But I think it's debatable whether it's a part of, like, it is part of the opening. Yes, actually, it's not debatable, but when you teach beginners, you kind of already are satisfied with the basics. Like, for example, Alexandra, we're already satisfied if she castles, right? We don't ask for too much.
Did you just say when you teach beginners and then talk about Alexandra?
I mean, she's about to win a tournament. I mean, yeah, it's how could I? I would never do that. She's doing a fantastic job, but listen, chat, I mean, I want to be nice and supportive, but I also see things. And to my bad, Hammer confirms these things. So what am I supposed to do?
No, you're in a tough spot. What are we gonna? Yeah, no.
We have 9,000 people watching right now on Twitch and 3,000 people watching on YouTube. It is the moment of truth. But no, I mean, Alexandra is playing great. She's in the zone. She has, once again, a time advantage. She has 25 minutes time advantage, and she doesn't play like as fast, for instance, as she would previous games. So, for example, I didn't hear Hammer yelling at her time.
Yeah, no, I do think we've definitely talked about time management every day. So I'm not sure necessarily I'm having an impact on the moves, but I like to think I'm having an impact on the time management. But now Dina, queen to d7 for Alexandra. That's going to be a good move because it does connect the rooks along the bottom rank, but it also would point this queen towards the a4 pawn that is currently undefended. And Alexandra has a plan here of going just rook b7 and rook b8 potentially. Actually, I don't like that plan. I don't see really a future where we will have much to do with our rooks on the B file. But that being said, if white chooses to go and try and control the B file, then we're very happy to just make this trade, offer another trade. And after the trade happens, we're going to get this attack from the queen against the white pawn. And Alexandra does play queen to d7.
Nice.
And she's keeping very good pace here, Dina.
Ooh, nicely done. See, she learned. She just connected the rooks, and next she's gonna double the rooks on the open file. The basics of the Russian school of chess. There we go. And Andrea just made a move, which is...
We're big fans of Andrea's move too.
Ooh.
Andrea has made a nice pawn formation with the pawns protecting each other up the board, and they're even attacking the knight on an defending the knight on the f4 outpost. So Andrea is looking good. Alexandra is looking good. Everything is nice right now.
And you know what it is, Hammer, right? This f6. It is a barrier against the knight.
So you use barrier that, okay, sure.
And Andrea learned that too. We discussed it. This move restricts the potential bishop. This is very strong to put the pawn on f6 dark squares, because the bishop that Andrea is lacking is the dark square. So if they were ever to get activated, this is already the barrier. And against the knight. Very strong, so that the knight doesn't jump into our territory. And plus e5 could be a weak pawn. No, this is amazing. This is fantastic. Okay, life is great in the kingdom of the Botez. Alexandra's having great position. I think this is the best position she had so far since before she took on c3. Yeah, no risk. That's great. I mean, bishop, look at this. Oh my god. Bishop on f3 and knight on g2. Man, am I smoking? Like, is this the way how you fianchetto the knight? But okay. In all fairness, the knight's gonna come, and the knight's gonna come. It's something that you don't see that often. Up, rook f to b1 he played. I'm so curious what is in Alexandra's mind right now. Oh, Hammer, does she have this beautiful Unziker, I think Karpov Unziker maneuver, bishop to b3 to grab the open file, blockade first with the bishop and then double the rooks?
But Dina, I don't think the file is worth anything.
Oh.
I think even if black controls the open file, I don't think it's actually you're able to do anything with it. Which is why I'm thinking we use this opportunity when the guy is being a generous dude, offering us to trade off some rooks. I think let's do that. Okay, you want to get rid of the rooks? That's fine. We can't really go pawn to f5 at any point anyway, because we have this weakness and we don't want to open up for the bishop in the center. So we can't go f5, we can't go d5, which means we don't need the rook to support either one of these pawn pushes. Which means we might as well just get rid of the rooks and offer another trade. And even though I was critical of Alexandra capturing on c3, what she has been able to do as a result of that capture is that she kind of managed to provoke white into trying to counter the open file, even though that wasn't necessarily necessary. That became a bad sentence.
Yeah, you know.
And we can just trade off everything. And Andrea now has a very serious advantage, Dina. Her opponent voluntarily pointed her bishop into Andrea's barrier, which means that this bishop is kind of burying itself alive. Computer feels like Andrea has a massive advantage at this point. And let me remind you, if Andrea wins this game, she's going to be top 10 in the tournament. If she's very lucky with results, I think she could even be top 5.
Oh my lands. What? Wait, did he put the bishop on c3 voluntarily?
She did, yeah.
Oh god. This is the apotheosis of the lack of understanding of basic strategy. I know, Chad, I heard that too. But don't you get mad. I was curious, Mr. Hammer, could you elaborate why you think the file doesn't matter and you wouldn't like something like this? Because they would trade then?
No, it's just if you look at the current position before he went with the rook to b1. Even if Alexandra gets her rook to b3, like I'll just move back and forth. Even if Alexandra gets this sort of thing, what is she actually going to do with these rooks?
No, you're right.
She can attack this pawn, but that pawn is defended. She cannot attack it one more time. She can attack the bishop, but the bishop is defended. She cannot use the b2 square because that's protected by the bishop. Cannot use the b4 square, the b5 square. There's just so many squares that the rooks are not able to use. And therefore, I don't actually see that big of a value controlling the open file with the rooks. Maybe I'm underestimating this value, but it doesn't seem like the end of the world that white tries to trade off instead. Because at least after the trades, I know I win the tournament.
And by the way, that was very clear. Thank you, Hammer. By the way, we have on our screens a live board from one of our competitors, and things have been going there very wildly. Ooh, what is this? Knight on f7? Jesus Lord, what's going on with black pieces and why they are not lost?
Right now, Alessia with the black pieces, she's been under pressure from the get-go in this opening. Benoit, he played a Mora gambit, and it gave white a lot of pressure early on, prevented black from getting her development. Right now, Alessia is up a pawn, but the black pawn in the center of the board is very exposed and will likely be captured over the next couple of moves. Right now, a draw is looking fairly likely in this game. And if Alessia does not manage to win, Alessia has the black pieces here. If she does not win, then Alexandra is the champion of the tournament, regardless of results in Alexandra's game. Because if Alessia doesn't win, the only person who can catch Alexandra is Dimitrov. But the thing is, because Dimitrov lost in round 1, his tiebreak score is terrible, as the tiebreaks depend on how good your opponents have done in the tournament. And when you start out losing in round 1, you play a lot weaker opponents because you're paired at a lower point group throughout the tournament. So very good news here. We can get some help from Oog to clinch tournament victory.
Oog.
Yeah, I'm never gonna pronounce anything French right. I'm honestly surprised you're not more negative to my French pronunciation, Dina, because I spent quite some time with Fressinet, the French grandmaster, and he says I am the worst at pronouncing French he has ever met.
Nice. Listen, I like your French. I think it's good. The reason I say oog after you say oog is just because I like to repeat weird words. In the meantime, Alexandra is debating whether she should trade the rooks or not, because something tells me somewhere in the back of her head, she has this very, how is it called? Gremlin idea, snitching fingers of winning the game. She's not satisfied with the draw. Just because draw would guarantee her winning the tournament.
Draw would also put her above 2,000. Or rather, at 2,000.
Something tells me she wants to win.
She wants to win 8.5 points.
Yeah.
Is the Twitter banner still in play, Dina?
Well, I'd be happy to. If Alexandra gets 8.5 points out of 9, as I say, I'd be happy to do anything she wants.
I think in general, you should not give Alexandra blanket permissions. She has a tendency of abusing those.
Well, I trust her. I actually trust her.
Okay.
I'm sure she wouldn't do anything that would hurt me too much.
Too much, yeah. That's an important add-on there.
Yeah, all you guys who think that ooh, that's a beautiful yawn. That I am the enemy here, you're wrong. I'm just that, worried, supportive, mean Eastern European parent whose way of showing affection is by criticizing, because this is how they care. They didn't care, they would be, you're good, you're great, you're so good, you're amazing.
How is Alexandra doing on time now? She did have a 20-minute time advantage. It has shrunk to 12 minutes now, 13 minutes. But I think if you just find a good plan here, she's gonna be fine. This idea you've been talking about, Dina, with bishop to b3. I just want to make sure that I'm not losing this bishop.
Uh-huh.
So, is there any scenario in which pawn to c4 could see this bishop getting trapped?
Pawn to c4 could see this bishop getting.
I think the answer is no, because when the pawn moves forward, you also allow the black knight to get to the d4 square.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have the queen offering protection towards the bishop.
And the knight could come to b4 as well. And d4, yeah. I can't be. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's
Yeah,
totally fine.
we would have an escape for the bishop here. So my concerns are not really valid. And then
Mm-hmm.
it becomes more of a strategic question whether Alexandra should go into a situation where the trade of bishops may happen. But frankly, like even here, Dina, if a trade of bishop is offered, here Alexandra maybe could just go back. And it's not, yeah, now the bishop is defending this pawn, but on the other hand, the bishop is no longer having influence in towards the center. And if
Yeah.
white then does their maneuvering, at some point you're going to be tempted to go pawn to f5 when the bishop is not ready to point down here. And you can recapture with the bishop and try and put some pressure on white's pawns. Computer's not super happy with this strategy though. Here's my problem, Dina. In a position like this, like you could try to do something fancy with the bishop out to h6 and stuff, but in general, I don't see you having that much better of an idea than just making the trade. And here you can't even make the second trade because here the knight has already gotten into position to attack the pawn on a5, and the bishop is protecting the pawn on a4. So we can get just an improved version of this by making the trade immediately, going for another trade, and if white accepts this one as well, it's so easy for us to attack the pawn on a4. This is probably still better for white though, because white has the potential of getting a knight to the d4 and d5 square long term, and black doesn't really have the potential of doing anything because we can't go d5, we cannot go f5, and so we basically just have to sit and wait to see what white does. Alexandra decided to keep the tension and instead go knight to e7. Any thoughts on this, Dina?
Oh God. Oh, I do need to wake up. Sorry, I went on a very long dungeon. Okay, I actually had a thought. There was this line where the knight was taking the pawn on a5. Where was it?
Yeah,
Let me find it.
bishop b3.
Yeah. Here, yes. And we take. How about this? Take, and now rook b8. That's what I was thinking of. Yes, the d6 is ugly, but at the same time, the position is closed. They have two bishops, we have two knights, and worst come to worst, they bring the knight to we take. I mean, it's still ugly, right? Yeah.
It feels risky, but the idea is interesting. The idea is risky but interesting.
Yeah.
And just the fact that this kind of idea exists, because one of the questions I have now for in the current position, Dina. Oh, sorry. In the current position, after knight to e7, one of my concerns is what happens if knight to c4, now that we left the protection of the a5 pawn. But using your idea, we can do something like takes, and now I guess we can take on a4, but then I'm scared about some knight takes d6, knight takes a5 in some circumstances. But in order to avoid all of that thought, we can just take the knight immediately following your path and then take the pawn. And then we not only took a pawn, but we're threatening the bishop, we're threatening another pawn. And this could be good for black.
Interesting. Well, I'm glad I inspired you for something. I was gonna say just the fact that that Alexandra has these ideas indicates that her position is very solid and
Yeah.
flexible. She
So
has
I'm wondering now that Alexandra is just straight out attacking the pawn on a4.
right.
Does her opponent have to play something like queen to c2?
I would play bishop to d1 just because what is the bishop doing on f3?
Well, as long as the bishop is on f3, it has some influence towards the center to discourage black from pushing their pawns forward, right?
Well, that's crazy. So we use the bishop as a prophylactics from pushing pawns. But the
Yeah.
bishop is like a big pawn.
Yeah. But a big pawn that cannot be attacked.
Okay. Fair. Listen, it seems like Alexandra is doing perfectly fine. She's ahead on the clock. She's away from the board, so she's taking some she's making her brain kind of rest. What is going on in Andrea's game in the meantime?
Andrea has been playing very quickly the last couple of moves. And frankly, she's been playing very well.
Ooh,
Like
that's
ever
great.
since she had that very long think on whether to trade the bishop for the knight, she's been playing great moves. Pawn to e5 was great, opening up for her bishop. And then pawn to f6 was really nice, creating this pawn chain of pawns protecting each other up the board. Her opponent played this bishop c3, which we didn't like because she's just pointing the bishop in towards Andrea's barrier, if you will.
Right.
And here Andrea put her bishop pointed towards the knight, pointed towards the rook. The bishop got kicked, but Andrea just moves back, knowing that now anytime white tries to attack the knight will be able to capture white's pawn on the edge of the board, which is why pushing that pawn forward on the edge of the board wasn't necessarily all that good for white, because it does have its disadvantages too.
Mm-hmm.
After the bishop returned, her opponent, Shan, she went knight to d2, planning to go knight to e4 next. But Andrea, instead of just spending lots of time and thinking about it, she just centralized her rook. The knight came to e4. Maybe it's going to go to c5 later on. And Andrea just preventing that opportunity by pushing her pawn one step forward. She's playing good prophylactic chess in that she's preventing the opponent's plans. And she also has an extra pawn. She's also noticed how all of her pawn moves are putting pawns on the dark squares, which is very good when you have a bishop on the light squares. Putting the pawns on dark squares with the bishop on the light squares means that the two pieces
Sorry, Hammer. It's just that we keep forgetting that Wang is no longer a 40-year-old woman.
No, but the mod said she is.
What?
I'm just going off the moderators.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my god.
I was very embarrassed to make the mistake for the first hour, but now that you made the mistake for the first 3 hours, I feel better.
Okay. So Andre is playing great chess.
Yeah. Strategic, like Dina, I'm surprised you're not talking more about Andrea, because frankly, strategically, she's doing everything correctly. for the last couple of moves.
Oh, are we clapping? Are we clapping? Andrea finished the development.
I mean, it should have happened. The clap is a bit late, Dina.
Okay.
She finished her development ages ago at this stage.
Oh, 2 moves ago, you mean?
4 moves ago.
Oh God. Okay. I'm out of control today. Sorry, chat. I don't have any excuse. It's 5 a.m., but it's not an excuse. I know.
Kind of sounded like you're making it an excuse.
No. I'm not. I know. I'm not. Okay, man. I love Andrea's position. I feel proud, but I also feel like I'm getting too much credit to myself. I shouldn't downgrade all the other coaches that Andrea had. Great Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer, great International Master Alex Banzea, and many other friends. Yeah. Should I remind you about our beautiful giveaway? Today is the last day. Today is the last day for the giveaway. I'm sure all of you have already participated, but those who have not, for this tournament, we have partnered with Coinbase. Coinbase is your best way to stock and trade crypto. And we have 1,000 guaranteed for giveaway, but maybe even 2,500 if one of the girls wins. To participate, you're going to use the command Raffle, fill in the Google Doc form, use the same email address that you already have in your Coinbase account. If you're doing it for the first time, you have code Botez20 for your $20 off. Don't forget to do that. If you already did that before, then you're enrolled in. And this is the first time we partnered with a Coinbase for a chess tournament that includes a giveaway of $20,000 for the whole tournament, which is insane. But today is the day. Today is the last round that we might see if Alexandra is gonna win the tournament. And so far, to be honest, she's doing amazing. Right, coach?
Yeah, I'm not sure about her latest move though, Dina. I feel like she's kind of lost the track of what the best plan would have been. And with this latest queen to c6, she's preventing herself from putting the knight to the c6 square and protecting the pawn on the edge of the board. So Vila, if we can get the boards back, I want to showcase a move I'm concerned about on Alexandra's behalf.
Yeah. Well, listen,
Which is
we all
pawn to
remember the
c4.
position, right? Pawn to c4. Oh, that's interesting.
And the idea is that it both opens up for the queen to attack the pawn on a5. And then that's awkward to defend. But even if we do defend it, then there's knight to d5. And the knight is attacking both the knights at the same time. And it's not entirely clear to me how Alexandra should deal with this. She has to make the trade on the d5 square. And then the question is, which piece do you use for that trade? I'm leaning towards the e7 knight. But then after c pawn takes back, the other white knight maneuvers itself to c4, which is a fantastic square where the knight is attacking both on a5 and d6. Yeah, this is just massive in white's advantage. So yeah, queen to c6 is a mistake. But pawn to c4, pawn to c4 has been such a bad move for such a long time, Dina. when Black's knight had access to c6, pawn to c4 would have been awful, as the knight just returns to that d4 square. So I'm kind of hoping that her opponent doesn't realize the importance of Alexandra having put her queen on the square that the knight wanted to use on its way to the d4 square, and thereby doesn't find this c4 idea. One other thing I also want to mention is that after c4, Alexandra does have the option of going rook b4, which is a very traditional sacrifice in similar situations. You will allow.
Sacrifice of the rook. Gotham chess will be proud. We're allowed to take with the pawn, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't take with that pawn though.
Okay.
Because I don't want to allow white to have a clear runner on the side of the board.
Makes sense. If only we could transfer the bishop to b6, right?
We don't need to. Like, if only we could get the knight to d4, we would be very happy. And here, after knight to d5, we would take with our bishop. And then, I guess, pawn takes, and then queen to b6. Actually, bishop takes maybe was a mistake. Computer wants queen d7. And the idea is that we're trying to get our knight to the d4 square. And in order to prevent that, white has to make the trade. And then after the trade, this position computer evaluates as better for black, despite white having a rook in trade of a bishop. And the reason is that black's pieces are just much better placed. And I'm going to maneuver my knight to the c5 square next. And the bishop is better than the rook because the rook has no openings to attack.
Right.
And the rooks are kind of being blocked by both opposing pawns and being blocked by their own pawns. The more I'm looking at this, Dina, I think rook b4 is a fantastic move.
I think it would be amazing for content, honestly. I think Levy would be so proud of Alexandra. He could even make a recap. Honestly, if Alexandra wins the tournament with the rook b4, Levy is in the must-win situation to do a recap.
What would you estimate the percentage being for this rook b4 move? It's a very Petrosian move.
I think, yeah, maybe 20%, not more. I wouldn't. It's still.
But
like,
you think it's so high? 20%?
Okay, so you would put even less. Lol. Gotcha.
I don't know.
So I think that such moves as rook b4, you gotta see them as if candidates. If you see them as if candidates, then you do them. If you don't see them as candidates, then you will not find them, right? It's like either such things come to your mind or not. Ooh, what a beautiful yawn.
Are you talking about mine or the girls? Because you have been saying that same comment for times when I was not yawning, but... oh no, Dina!
What?
Dina, in the meantime, Andrea has made a mistake.
No! Why? Where?
Why? I don't know why. But she has played knight to e7, which the computer is not a fan of. Her opponent continues with the pawn to put pressure on the knight. Andrea uses her knight to attack the queen. The queen moves to the side. Now, Andrea only has one square for her knight, so she's going to go knight to g6. And now, I'm not sure how, but her knights became very disorganized, Dina.
I know exactly how. It's because Andrea has this thing that we still haven't managed to fix. She has itchy hands. she has this weakness. She always falls for whenever you're under attack, don't go back, don't defend, instead counterattack.
But actually, Dina, the mistake was further back than that. Here, her opponent was planning to attack the knight, and if she had just retreated her bishop, then attacking the knight would just have forced the knight to get to this amazing square d4 in the center of the board. I would say this mistake is more based on not appreciating the value of outposts.
Yeah, this is I just published a new chapter on Outpost in my school, by the way. It's very funny that it comes right same time. I think we need to learn also how to bring your last rook into the game, because rook c8 has always been on the air. And truth to be told, Andrea doesn't know what to do. So for that reasons, she spends 2 moves just on bringing the knight to f5, so that the knight could go, I guess, back to d4 later, even though the knight was already planning to go to d4. Yeah, this is one of those moments when an average player, in this case, like almost an expert, doesn't know what to do in the middle game, cannot come up with plans, and does something which is not making much sense. And how to avoid those situations? By studying typical strategical concepts and pattern recognitions and plans. If you don't know what to do, but you're like, does my opponent have weaknesses? Ooh, look at this. What a juicy little outpost. Also c5, by the way. How about I think how to get it? But no. Well, honestly, I wouldn't be as pessimistic as Hammer. I think the position is still fine. At least this is what computer tells me. And I think it's a minor inaccuracy that is not as sufficient. What is more important is that Andrea keeps up the pace and is not that far away from her opponent on the clock.
So should be an exciting finish to this game. In the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has not played the critical pawn to c4, Dina. Instead, he plays rook b2. And now Alexandra should make that trade, I assume. Because otherwise, white will have doubled rooks. And then after queen takes back, the only point Alexandra could have had with this queen to c6, Dina, is to try and put pressure towards the white king and the white center. How do you feel about the move f5 here?
I think that's 100% Alexandra's style. If we were to speculate how much percentage would be given to rook b4, when it comes to f5, I will give all 300% Hammer.
Are you sure, though? Because after takes, is she really going to sacrifice with pawn takes?
Maybe.
This seems very interesting, at least. But if she's going to make these kind of attacks, it would benefit her to have the rook supporting that advance and keep the rook on f8. So I guess right now it's a question of, is she going to go pawn to f5 here? Or is she going to make the trade first and then go pawn f5?
Also, she can take with a piece. Like
yeah.
the knight. And if knight takes, then take with the bishop, already claim kind of an advantage. You know why? Because this beautiful bishop is controlling all these squares and fianchettoed and all this diagonal and attacking the queen. Oh, wait a second. It's not a bishop. It's a knight. Got him.
Well, I also want to mention, Dina, that I did advocate keeping this white bishop on the diagonal,
Yes, you
which
did.
would
I
have
remember.
prevented this kind of thing.
I remember you did. Do you know, Hammer, that in your honor, I made not one but 3 different stories? I reshared your Instagram post, and I even ordered the pizza and then put a question on my story with the pizza. You know what I'm thinking about, right? I even made a tweet.
I saw, because I follow you on Instagram and I don't have you muted, unlike someone else.
And I even made a tweet about you. Did you see that one?
Yes, I did see that one. Once again, same reasoning.
I don't have anyone muted, so that you know. I don't mute people. I just ban them straight ahead, or I unfollow them. But people who I follow, I don't have on mute. That's why I was the first one who commented on your Instagram post.
You were not?
One of the first.
Percentage-wise, one of the last, but sure. You did comment.
Yes.
You made me look good by commenting.
I reshared your post so that all 13,000 people who watch daily my stories would see your post.
Yes. I'm super excited about that because, as was pointed out on that same post, I create a new like Instagram post every 2 times a year. So those extra eyes on my Instagram are going to be super valuable with my tech expertise.
You see? And I have this chatter with a very nice comment. Dina, stop helping Hammer become an influencer. We want him only to commentary. Don't worry, chat. The road is still far for Hammer to become an influencer.
Well, it demands me making an effort, Dina, and I gotta say I haven't really been making an influencer effort.
Right, it would need you to want to do that, and that might not be the case.
Yeah. Do you think I should go for cooking content or chess content?
Chess. Not that your cooking is bad. I think it's great. But you know, the competition is just higher. You're a grandmaster at chess. I don't think there is a chance in life you would become grandmaster in cooking.
Do you think chess level matters for the chess influencers?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. People nod their pens for the titles, even when people have absolutely no ability to teach. That's the most case for grandmasters.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
And in the meantime, girls are doing fantastic. Actually, I don't like Andrea's. Okay, Andrea put the knight to f8. I like that, but I don't like the pawn on h5.
Yeah, this pawn can be a bit dangerous in an attack. And there's also some ideas for white to go bishop to h3 and put pressure on these black pieces. However, a4 has been played. And that really takes the attention away from the king's side and gives Andrea some time to figure out how to deal with this pressure. Honestly, Dina, how do you feel about just making a trade here? Get the rooks off the board. But in making these trades, I'm also trying to make knight to d4 more enticing for the future.
I would love to see that. I just hope that Andrea doesn't get how you say. Well, you just need to watch out for h6, right? Because if you remove the knight, then you can, yeah, they can go h6 and then annoy you on the f6.
Yeah. So Andrea is under some pressure, but she has an extra pawn. So we're optimistic about her chances, but she needs to be careful. What she has done really well the last couple of moves is that she's played at a good pace, which means Andrea is not as likely to get into a massive time trouble situation as she was previously. Moving to Alexandra's board, Alexandra has once again decided to move her pieces to the back ranks.
Oh, come on, you must be kidding me. And then she says that I'm trolling her.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, Dina. Queen A8 is not. It's not where you want to put your queen, I think is fair to say. I wonder, Dina, now if rook to b1, is she planning to go knight c6?
Maybe.
In which case, we had this position early on. And now, in the meantime, she's managed to maneuver her queen to a8, but otherwise the position is identical. So she spent 4 moves: knight back, queen up, queen into this corner, and then knight forward. She spent 4 moves making her position worse. And in the meantime, white has been able to go bishop d1, double the rooks, and I don't know, maybe put the knight on c4 after a while. The last couple of moves have not been a success, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
The position is still totally fine. There is absolutely nothing to worry. And
well,
she's
I will
yeah.
choose to worry about poorly placed pieces, Dina.
Okay. Yes, that's true.
And also her time advantage is dwindling. In these 4 moves of her poor maneuvering, she's also gone from being up 20 minutes on the clock to being now maybe equal after she makes this next move. In the meantime, Andrea goes knight to h6, threatening the bishop to g4, attacking the queen and the rook on the same diagonal. In addition, by going knight h6, Dina, she's preventing all of these concerns you had about white potentially being able to push forward towards the black king. And her opponent, Andrea's opponent, actually trades off the rooks, which is very nice because now Andrea is controlling this central file all on her own.
Oh, wow. Man, look at her. So smart. Do you see what I see, chat? You see what I see? Andrea Botez has reached the ultimate harmony among her pieces. I wouldn't go that far with a knight on the rim, it's lame. But man, having the control of the open file for you only, that's truly amazed me. And how is our best friend, Miss Alessia?
Yeah, no, now that I'm not liking what Alexandra's doing, it makes a lot of sense to take a look at Alexandra's main opponent in the tournament to see if she is winning. And the answer is, Dina, that Alessia still has an extra pawn, and that
Oh.
is a big potential problem. In addition, Benoit, he's down to just 10 minutes on the clock, and he's struggling to figure out how to regain the pawn in a good way. That being said, Rook to c4, which was just played, gets an exclam by the chess.com analysis. So he found a good move here. Computer feels the position is equal, but it is white who has to be accurate since white is the one down a pawn, and white is also the one with some time issues. So it does look like Alessia may manage to win that game in her opponent's time trouble. So that means we should also check in on some of the players who Alessia faced previously in the tournament. And those games are Federico Maida with the white pieces against Alex Carfagna. And Federico is in big trouble in the engine alliance, but he has 50 minutes against his opponent's 5 minutes. So very unclear who's going to come out victorious there. The latest move from Alex, who we are cheering for, got a question mark, but this is still a better position. Oh no. And then c3 comes pretty much instantly, protecting the knight. Oh, this might be bad news actually, because the white rook still has pressure towards the a6 pawn. The black bishop is kind of out of play. Ooh, we would really like Maida with the white pieces not to win here, but he's putting a lot of time pressure on his opponent. So anything could happen. The last game we're going to check in with is Rudy Norse. With the white pieces against Mattia Simonelli. And computers feel that this game is approximately equal. So yeah, it's still too close to call. If Alessia wins and Alexandra loses, the situation in the tournament will go to the tiebreakers, and it's too close to call whether the tiebreak situation will work out in Alexandra's favor.
Yeah, I cannot believe those games are all so close already to kind of be in the end game and like somewhat to the result. And here, soon to be 3 hours in the game, and both Alex and Rhea are still in the early middle games, and nothing is decided. Also, Hammer, I did not quite understand Alex's last move. You know why, right? You know why. I did
No?
not quite understand it because the rook has been moved in front of 2 pawns.
Yeah. Well, Dina, it's a consequence of putting the queen on a8, I feel like. Right now, anything she does that doesn't damage the position is good enough.
Okay.
So I actually think this move was in some ways better than going knight to c6, because after knight to c6, white would be able to go knight to c4, increasing the pressure on these black pawns.
Okay.
But now, after rook to d8, there's no more concern for knight to c4, because here we would be able to trade bishop for knight. We would then trade rook for rook, And at the end of all of these calculations, because there is no knight on c3, on c6, the black queen is able to get into the game from its positioning on the edge of the board to capture the white pawn in the center. And this would be a nice position for Alexandra. So the fact that she retains her pressure towards the e4 pawn, I think, is more important than where she's necessarily putting her rooks.
Fair. Okay, maybe well, I don't know. Yeah, bishop doesn't have anywhere to go. No.
In the meantime, Dina, Andrea's opponent just blundered a pawn. Or is she planning a nasty sacrifice? Dina, after bishop to g4, knight takes on f6 is winning in white's favor. After the sacrifice, the queen comes in, the queen attacks the knight, the queen puts pressure on the e7 pawn. There's also pressure in towards the rook. Andrea can go knight to f7 to try and defend everything, but then the nasty rook takes e5. That's why the rook came in from the edge of the board, in order to sacrifice itself. And then if the rook is captured, the bishop comes in, the bishop attacks the queen attacks the rook, and the queen also threatens checkmate ideas in towards the black king. If Andrea then moves to the side, white will go... Do you see a checkmate here, Dina?
I only see the engine checkmate.
Pawn to c5, recommended by the endgame and the engine, to allow the white bishop to get into the game. And when after the pawn is captured, the bishop comes in, check. That we can block with our bishop, but then check. No, that's bad. Check. Check, and suddenly, oh my god, suddenly we're winning the queen. We weren't actually going for the checkmate, but the activation of the bishop has been incredibly useful. And now that the bishop points in towards the queen and towards the king, this is the danger, and she moves her queen over. And the queen now increases the pressure on the h5 pawn. She still has this idea of bishop to g4 afterwards. She just reinforced the protection in front of her own king. And we looked at earlier the positions from Alessia's opponents and how they're doing. But now we're looking at not only Andrea Botez, but we're looking at one of Alexandra's previous opponents in this tournament. And Alexandra is cheering for Andrea, not only because they are sisters, but because Alexandra's tiebreaker becomes better when Andrea wins her game. If Andrea wins. I'm not jinxing. I'm not, I swear. But it's looking good for Andrea right now. And she's not even in time trouble. Dina, Andrea is up on time. What is going on?
What a teamwork by Botez sisters. What a collaboration. What a dream come true. Andrea did not get tempted at all. Instead, she did the most prophylactical move. And honestly, right now, we're really thinking Andrea has a dream position. The biggest advantage she ever had. Yes, the knight is misplaced, but all other pieces are so beautifully connected with each other. And maybe the knight is even fine. I mean, of course, we would love to see him on d4, but we would need to take care of h6. Oh no, Andrea's also attacking c4 somewhere along the lines. Maybe knight g4 and then take on h5. So many ideas. I love this position. I love what's going on.
The Fubs asks, is this the best tournament we've seen from the Botezes? And I would say a very strong yes. This has been a fantastic tournament. Both sisters performing right now. It's looking like both sisters will win a prize. Andrea, if she wins here, she could even manage to get into the top 5.
Man,
which
this would
would be, I
unbelievable.
think, one of her strongest results ever.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, only a year ago she was 1700 FIDE, and now she's like crossing 1900. What is this? And also the difference between her and Alex has never been so short, you know? She's really close. I mean, her FIDE is gonna soon be higher than her Yusuf. You know what's Yusuf, right?
Yeah, I have one of those myself, Dina.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. When I was a kid, it was the first rating I ever had. My US Chess Federation rating. I was a proud little 950 9-year-old. Rook to b6 has been played on Alexandra's board. Alexandra plays quickly. She takes the rook, and then she uses her knight to attack the rook. Dina. I refer to you.
Yes. Okay.
She's moving the pieces to the bottom of the board.
Oh, but okay, Hammer. Here she kicks out the rook. It doesn't count.
Are you making exceptions for your rules?
I do, because I would like, if I were Alexandra's shoes, I would also kick this thing out. Chess is a game of rules, but there are rules above rules, you know? Here, if there is a robber in your house, what do you need to do? You gotta look for the gun, okay? If you're in the US.
Oh, God.
If you're in Europe, you gotta call the police, but you gotta kick them out one way or another way.
How long have you been living in the US now?
I mean, about half a year, yeah.
Okay.
I learned things.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Andrea has attacked both the white queen and the white pawn. The white queen moves to start a counterattack on the b6 pawn, but then Andrea comes in with her knight, kicking the queen away yet again. The queen has to retreat, but now the queen no longer has that attack, that pressure against the b6 pawn, which means Andrea can now capture on h5. And not only can she capture, Dina, after the queen comes in, she's going to be threatening checkmate ideas in towards the white king. Andrea is up by 2 pawns, and she is the one attacking. Andrea is gonna win this game. Can you imagine if that becomes the reason Alexandra wins the whole tournament? Like, I'm not cheering for Alexandra to lose, but like, how cool would it be if Andrea clutches up with 3 back-to-back-to-back wins to finish her tournament and help Alexandra's tiebreakers? There was someone in chat asking, can you explain how the tiebreak system works? So essentially, the tiebreaker works in that you're trying to determine who played the better tournament when you have 2 players on the same amount of points. And the way we judge it is by looking at how well did your opponents do. If your opponents got lots of points, then probably you had the better tournament because you played against very strong opponents. So you just calculate how many points the opponents got in the tournament. And that's why Andrea winning is so good for Alexandra, because she played against Andrea previously in the tournament.
Oh my lens. I cannot believe my eyes. Is this that Andrea Botez that we all remembered? What is this? This is
oh my god! And look at Andrea Alexandra go, Dina. Alexandra plays pawn to c4. Very interesting move by Alexandra, trying to get this queen on the edge of the board back into the game.
Man, she finally got the juice going on. What's happening after d4?
d4? Can we not just take?
My bad. Hammer. Oh my god. I thought this was a fianchetto bishop. Little did I know it was a fianchetto knight. Oh, actually, for real, I really felt
for
it.
real this time.
This time it was real. It was.
Because the last time you were joking, but this time you were sufficiently sleep deprived to not be sure.
No, it's not that. It's just like I wanted to show everybody how rewarded the knight on g2 looks like, because this is a place for the bishop and not for the knight. Okay, Hammer, watching you pouring the tea makes me want to do the oil change, if I may.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Great.
It sounds like you need it, Dina, if I'm honest. What? Dina, come back. Dina, did you leave? Are you gone? Dina, can you hear me? Dina? I need Dina to explain to me why Andrea did not capture the pawn on h5. Capturing this pawn would win a pawn. It would bring the queen into an attacking position, pointing down towards the white king. And I don't see any problem with it. Instead, Andrea goes knight to d4, threatening knight to f3. But after the capture, her opponent can now escape with the pawn. Why are we allowing the opponent's pawn to escape? That feels very unnecessary. Okay, but Andrea is still up a pawn in this situation. So, should be fine. Should be fine. But I'm a bit surprised that free pawn and queen into the attack. That must be the Andrea Botez, surely. Okay. After the knight comes to d4, because white needs to prevent the knight getting to the f3 square, white captures the knight. The rook then recaptures. And now after something like takes, and h6, I guess Andrea is planning bishop f3. And then after knight to d2, counterattacking the bishop. Ooh, maybe she's planning bishop to a8. This is kind of cool, chat. And then takes. And next move, she's going to go queen to b7. And she's going to have the queen and bishop working together on the diagonal. But it still feels very unnecessary, because earlier we could have just won a pawn for free. And now, not only did we not win a pawn, our king is also much more exposed than it needed to be. Ooh, but I'm finding some cool variations here. If knight out here, then the rook can... Oh, that doesn't work. Never mind. So if pawn forward to try and block the diagonal, then Andrea can go knight e6, and her knight can go for these placements here in the center or out towards the edge of the board. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Andrea is in a very good position, even if she didn't take the pawn. Here's the tiebreak situation on the board, and we can see that Colombo has won in favor of Alessia. This is equalized by Nardoni winning for Alexandra. Melis has lost, which is good, but Maras has also lost. So those two cancel each other out. Right now, the situation is that I guess it's favor Alexandra, because here what we need to realize is that Alexandra was already half a tiebreak point ahead. And in any situation where Alessia and Alexandra are tied on the same amount of points, that implies that Dimitrov has managed to beat Alexandra, which is why we have +1 on Dimitrov. So at the moment, Alexandra is ahead, but she only has 3 games remaining of her tiebreakers, whereas Alessia still has 4 games going on that can improve her tiebreaks. Okay, after this, Alexandra has brought her queen into the center of the board, and now her opponent attacks the queen with his bishop. Alexandra quickly retreats, and this trade, this last maneuvering from Alexandra has been fantastic. Alexandra now has given her opponent doubled pawns, and Alexandra has activated her queen. And even the knight on c8 makes a lot of sense now, because now the knight can move forward afterwards and target 2 of white's pawns on the queen side. So I don't think we're going to be needing the tiebreak calculations, because right now, Alexandra has a big advantage in this game. If Alexandra's opponent doesn't do something to prevent knight to b6, then he's just losing, I think. Also, Dimitrov is down to 7 minutes and 45 seconds. We are currently on move 27, which means Dimitrov needs to make another 13 moves in this time. 13 moves, that means 6.5 minutes from the extra 30 seconds you get per move, which in turn means that he currently has an average of 1 minute per move, which is not great. He already spent more than 1 minute on this move currently alone. So Alexandra is looking very good in her situation right now. Rook to b8 has been played. It looks like a good move because it prevents Alexandra from going knight to b6. This is the move Alexandra wants to make, but this would now allow rook takes rook. Alexandra could have just kicked out the white rook. But then the rook would be allowed to use the b5 square, controlling also the d5 square. I understand why Alexandra didn't want that. Instead, she plays quite quickly. She goes bishop to f6. I like this move. Alexandra is defending her rook so that she can go knight b6 afterwards. However, I'm not sure she can go knight to b6 afterwards. After something like h4, if now knight to b6, we are offering the trade between the rooks, but as the rooks are traded, we lose the protection of the d6 pawn. And here in these trades, white ends up at the end of the day with the extra pawn in the center of the board. So now that I think about it, I do not like bishop to f6 after all, because while we are protecting the rook, we are not giving the attention to the d6 pawn. So we're not going to be able to go knight b6 here anyway. Computer wanted rook e8. Oh, that's so high level. So computer wanted the same idea as Alexandra, but the point is that after rook e8, if white then does a nothing move, then we can go knight to b6. The idea being that after the rook trade, we can recapture with the knight, which defends the pawn on d6. That was an incredibly high level idea. It's not just about protecting the rook, it's also about how we can protect the pawn afterwards. Incredible stuff. But Dimitrov is still spending time after this bishop to f6 move. It's important for Alexandra to realize she cannot go knight b6 next, but at the same time, Dimitrov doesn't actually have a good move here to improve his positioning. Dimitrov needs to get his knight on g2 into play. He wants to play this knight to the e3 square, but there's another white knight waiting. That's why I think pawn to h4 is probably one of white's best moves here. Simply because you don't really have that good of a plan. And then it's important for Alexandra to realize that, okay, he doesn't have a good plan, so then I can just make some half-useful moves, improving my position as well.
Why did Andrea not take the pawn on h5?
That's a you problem. I've chosen to ignore that whole situation and focus on the fact that Dimitrov is down to 4 minutes. But trust me, I asked the same question.
Well, I assume she realized that there is an outpost in chess. She must have connected to my school and watched the video, ads not sponsored. She saw that there is an outpost. She took the outpost, which is great. But bro, your knight was on c6, and then you put it on e7, then you put it on f5 in order to put it on d4, where you could have had it there directly. But okay, never mind. The move is still good. h6, very nice resource. And now, oh, okay. Well, she still has this beautiful idea, bishop f3, right?
Yeah, bishop f3 and then bishop a8 is what we've been looking at.
Ooh, juicy. I mean, I love that. This pawn. At this pawn. She doesn't need to be there. Okay, let's go to the 4 minutes, to the 3 minutes. I love that. And Alexandra's having an advantage. Fill me in.
Yeah, so Alexandra's just trying to play quickly. And she managed to double the white pawns with her clever pawn to c4. And here's the update from Alessia's board. Alessia is still up a pawn. So it looks like Alexandra's going to have to do this herself. But at the moment, she's looking decent to make it happen. Queen to e2 was played. But this move doesn't make any sense to me because now the queen is no longer putting pressure against the d6 pawn, which is the reason we were concerned that we couldn't go knight to b6 earlier. So here, if Alexandra now plays knight to b6, she will have won the tournament because then she just has a big advantage and she can never lose that situation.
Wow. Yeah,
big mistake. Honestly, first mistake First mistake by Dimitrov, moving his queen away from the pressure on the d6 pawn. And because the rook is no longer needed to keep that pawn protected, Alexandra can play knight to b6, allow the trade of rooks to happen. And then after the rook trade, Alexandra is winning a pawn because she's attacking both of these pawns at the same time. We're literally, I think, one move away from winning this tournament. And Alexandra's taking her time. Yes. This is what we've been talking about. When you think you have a winning move, do not rush, double check, because if it is winning, you're going to be able to play very quickly later on. And so it makes sense to double check that you got your calculation. And she does it. She does it. Knight to b6 on the board. Well played, Alexandra. She might get 8.5 out of 9, Dina. She's outplaying Dimitrov, who outplayed Andrea previously.
Honestly, I want to give a credit to Alexandra that I think she understood how to play against this guy. He was super strong in a kind of like positional, kind of easy plan game. And Alexandra tried all she could to unbalance, and she managed to unbalance the pawn structure. And the moment she unbalanced the pawn structure, the moment it's not a typical thing anymore, like it was with Andrea, he cracked.
And also the time pressure, right? So her time management has been very good. And part of the reason why he cracked is because he's very low on time.
Her time management, Alexandra's time management has been fantastic the whole tournament. I've been saying it over and over again. I had multiple debates with Hammer, but I do think all the critical moments, decisions, time management might have been a bit too fast, but so much pressure was put on the opponents that it worked every single time.
And Dimitrov now down to 3 minutes.
He's gonna crack.
Andrea, in the meantime, does play this bishop to f3 we were hoping for, chasing the knight away from its well-placed positioning in the center of the board.
Let's go!
Queen to d3, played by Dimitrov. The queen returns to the d file to put pressure down against the d6 pawn. But now Alexandra can easily just move her bishop to keep that pawn protected. And she still has the double threat against the two white queenside pawns afterwards. Easy move. Bishop to e7, just defend the pawn that's being attacked.
But Alexandra does not rush.
And that's fine. It's good not to rush in your opponent's time trouble. When you have a winning position and your opponent is low on time, the worst thing you can do is thinking, oh, I'm just going to win on time and blitz out your moves. Do not expect your opponent to blunder in time trouble. Take your time, find the right moves, and complete the game in style.
And as we mentioned that, you guys need to know that today, given it's the last round, if Alexandra wins the tournament, we will pick another 3 winners on top of 4 that we could have if Andrea wins the game. Ooh, what a beautiful yawn right there, just to confirm that you guys better hurry up with the command Raffle and participating in the giveaway, because today, surprise, surprise, we have extra 4, meaning 7 prizes overall today for the giveaway. Use the command Raffle, fill in the Google form, use the email address associated with your account. If you're new to do so, claim your first $20. Use the code Botez20. What a beautiful day. It's not too late yet. It's never late. It's better late than never. It's not too late. Coinbase is supporting us for this one. 20,000 and giveaway. What an amazing performance. Honestly, maybe it's Coinbase that brought luck to the girls, to Alexandra. I want to see a dedicated video. Thank you, mother. Thank you, father. Thank you, Coach Hammer. Thank you, Coinbase. Thank you, chat, for this beautiful win. Man, Coinbase, make your dreams come true. Win the tournament in chess for the first time ever. Am I a good PR manager?
Yeah. Alexandra hasn't played Bishop E7 yet. Sorry.
Not yet. Yeah. Andrea's cooking.
Both games could easily be decided in the next half hour, Dina. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if both games are decided before move 40.
She played it. She played it.
Well done. She's playing so well.
Oh, yeah.
And now on Andrea's board, her opponent captures on G7. I expect her to take back with the king. Alexandra's opponent is starting an attack. Ooh, that's a bit scary. Scary attack incoming. Pawn to f4. The idea is that if Alexandra now captures the pawn on c4, then the white pawn will continue forward, trying to attack both the black bishop and the black pawn. If Alexandra captures on f5, that will allow the knight to come in a good position, opening up for the queen and bishop to attack towards the black king. Ooh, but Dina, actually, there's a bishop on the edge of the board.
Is that
you
a
can just
blunder?
capture the bishop. It's not really a blunder. It's more like that you realize you have to make the calculations.
But
No, Alexandra didn't figure it out. Alexandra didn't see it. Alexandra played bishop takes on c4 instead. But this is also good. And what's especially good about this is that now when white tries to go pawn to f5, the pawn will not be attacking the bishop. And also she's forcing Dimitrov away with the queen, which means that the queen will no longer be pointing down towards the black king. So I guess queen d1 here from white. And then Alexandra will do something like... What moves are you liking here, Dina? Maybe knight to d5?
No. You gotta do knight c to d5. If you ask me what's the difference, I'll tell you. Good question. Maybe the a4 pawn attacking. And e takes f4, and knight c takes d5. He's moving the queen. Oh, he's moving
moved
it
the queen
up.
He's offering a queen trade.
But the
We're
best
very happy to
decision
make
is-
a queen trade.
But the strongest response is to decline. It's a piece up. It's a piece up. It's a blunder. He just blundered hammer. E5 discovered attack to the queen and to the bishop.
He has 19 minutes left. Queen trade is great to avoid a loss. But if Alexandra takes her time here, she will see that even though the queen trade is great for her, given the tournament situation, it's even better not to do the queen trade, to open the attack and against the queen. She's going to see that, Dina.
Oh my lands. Alexandra Botez is about to win another game and rock and roll the tournament.
No, she went for the queen trade.
What?
Yeah.
I think she blundered.
Yeah, of course she blundered. But it's because she's happy with the draw, right? But
Well-
once again, she had so much time on her clock, and she rushed it because she saw a good move, and then she didn't wait to look for a better one. In the meantime, Andrea is 2 pawns up now on her board.
All right, let us fill us in.
Yeah, so what has happened is that her opponent captures on g7, Andrea recaptured, and now due to this pressure against the knight, her opponent wanted to trade off the bishops. And Andrea said, okay, we'll trade off the bishops, but I also want to trade off the queens. And Andrea managed to capture a pawn as a part of that trade.
And now she's officially 2 pawns up.
Yeah. Looking good for Andrea. Looking good for Alexandra too, although she could have decided the game instantly there with a different move.
And there he comes, our man, Dario Di Dario, on the screens, ladies and gentlemen. Meet and greet. Today he's coming in red because he knows you cannot leave him on red. Do you like my dad jokes, Hammer?
No.
But chat liked.
That is easy.
The only reason I like Dario Di Dario is because I like how Hammer pronounced it. Dario Di Dario. Interesting thought here, and for stronger for engine was to take this, but it's total nonsense. I think ruin your pawn structures and creating them a passer. I guess engine calculated that she would take all the pawns.
Yeah, I think what Andrea did is fine. Andrea needs to make another 5 moves before she gets extra time. And she has 9 minutes remaining. So honestly, this is big personal growth, right, Dina?
Oh my god, she has grown up so much in my. I mean, I don't know. It's just I can understand what she does. I understand her play. It's like I understand everything. And yeah, man. No, I am so proud.
One thing Alexandra has to be careful of now is she's very tempted to capture the pawn on a4, but then white will capture on e5. And even though the black knight can continue capturing in towards the white pieces, the problem is so can white. And this white pawn potentially wins the game in white's favor as it makes its way up the board and becomes potentially almost becomes a new queen. So there is a variation here where Alexandra loses, which is knight takes pawn. As long as she avoids knight takes pawn, she's gonna win this. Oh wait, what am I saying, Dina? Knight takes pawn, you can just take the bishop.
Yeah, careful.
Yeah, so that's never gonna happen.
And Alexandra is thinking right now. So question is, has she seen what she missed?
I don't think so, but okay. So
What?
Alexandra could have just taken on f4. That would have been a very good way of preventing pawn takes on e5. Instead, she goes bishop f8. And the idea is kind of the same, that she's avoiding losing the bishop to this pin, the pressure on the diagonal. And I think this is completely fine.
Okay,
Alexandra is still in a winning position.
This is tilting me so much, Hammer. I officially declare we have a problem. This I don't understand. Why over? Thank you, chatter. Thank you. Why over and over again? For God's sakes, this is an endgame. Why here? Why again? Same thing. Why do we have to put
Yeah,
all the pieces
while
on the
you
eight?
talk about Alexandra not bringing her king in, I'm just going to mention that on the screen right now, we also have the end game that Alessia, Alexandra's main competitor, is playing. And Alessia, with the black pieces, is in a winning position. So that is the update there. But Alessia winning only means that we're going to have two girls top two. Because Alexandra should not lose her current position. So the result in Alessia's game doesn't become as important. It's more about it being good nice to see that the young girls are destroying the tournament alongside Alexandra.
And he takes a bishop. But Hammer, I don't know how you can get away with this. Come on, it's another pattern. It's another piece on the 8th rank, especially in the end game where you're supposed to naturally bring the king with the exact same idea.
It's not great, Dina, but she's still winning.
True.
So Alexandra lost her bishop here. Now white has the bishop pair. But this knight is dominating the white bishop. The white bishop retreats, but look at how the knight is controlling all the squares that this bishop could potentially move to.
I
So
love this knight.
This would be one of the circumstances where this knight is just as good as a white bishop. And
Absolutely.
now, coming up next, Alexandra can activate her pieces while she can also regain control of the light squares on the board. So very important now for her to go pawn to d5.
She's gonna do it.
And then after the bishop retreats, she will go bishop to c5, check. And then she will go pawn to e4. And she will have good control of the light squares on the board. But as you can see from the evaluation, it looks like now she's going to have to play a long end game, and it might end in a draw. But at the very least, it's unlikely that she'll lose the game.
And she's done it. Yeah, there is this saying, the strongest squares for the knights are f4, f5, c4, c5. So this knight is really perfect for this regard. This is why it's so strong. It's really blockading everything. I mean, obviously you can also get the center, but like it's more for middle game. How is Andrea do? Okay, we got bishop c5, check.
Not many moves remaining now. Dimitrov only needs to make an additional 2 moves. Alexandra could have made this a lot less exciting by just winning the piece earlier. She had the opportunity to just win a knight for a bishop, for nothing. But what she's doing now is okay as well. She should not lose this situation.
Oh, this is such a domination, total domination.
If she can also get her knight to b6, that would be nice. Because there are some circumstances where white can try and attack the knight and get rid of it. But then it would be nice for us to get this knight supporting the other knight.
And Andrea, in the meantime, with her endgame skills, 2 extra pawns in the endgame, knight endgame should be winning. Need to be a little bit careful not to blunder any forks, but Andrea is not gonna fall for cheap tricks. Oh, an interesting cheap trick could be like this, this, and this, and then we fell. Still not losing, but yeah. King to f7 on the board. Both girls are having a pawns up in the endgames. A takes b6. Andrea has a choice. Pawn. Oh no, he did ace. What? She did a6.
This is kind of clever because
Yeah.
it gives you some hope that you're gonna get your rook to capture the pawn on a7. After which this pawn on a6 will be a very, very good force.
Yeah, but normally not on time because we got the knight coming after the pawn, right?
Yeah, and the good thing about this is that, well, but then this move, Dina.
Oh, so nasty. Yeah.
But actually it doesn't matter, Dina. Because I can still go after the pawn, because after rook takes pawn, the king is attacking both the rook and the knight. Andrea chooses to go pawn to b5 instead, just eliminating the pawn immediately. But the problem with this is that now white will be able to capture the b pawn.
She blundered it.
Well, I mean, I don't think she blundered it. I think she just wanted to eliminate the white pawn.
Right.
And now rook b1 has been played.
Careful, Andrea.
And
Yeah.
Andrea now should just capture the pawn.
Yeah, you need to capture on a6 or king e6. King e6 is also good. But don't play rook to b6 because this would be a blunder.
And now Alexandra to move. Computer recommends pawn to f5. Ooh, my idea of knight to a8 might be a mistake, actually. Because then after knight to e3, there are some circumstances where if we do a massive trade here, the white king is able to come in and cause a lot of problems for black. Because the king has very easy access. So Alexandra right now, she should focus on playing pawn to f5 and then bringing her king in towards the center. Pawn to f5 followed by king into the center. That would be a good way of organizing the pieces for Alexandra here. No one wants to play knight a8. I do. I think the knight would be great here, both to attack here and defend here and defend here. If I think something is a good move, Joe, then it's probably a good move. Knight in the corner, what could go wrong? There are exceptions to the rule. And knowing Alexandra's fondness for going backwards with her pieces, I feel like knight a8 is quite a likely move to happen.
Oh, yeah. Don't get me started on this one. Okie dokie. And 11,000, almost 12,000 people are watching us on Twitch. Watching
America is waking up.
And almost 6,000 on YouTube. All these beautiful people who do not know what is sleep, who are awake to praise the Queen of Sardinia. Good night, Joe. That was anticlimactic. Hello from Japan. Where are you from? Who is sleep deprived? Who sacrificed their sleep to be here with us? Hi, come on, Europe. This is lame. I want to see fellow North America, South America. I want to see overseas. Ecuador. Now we're talking. New Zealand. Damn, that's far. UK, Canada.
Andrea has completed her move 40, Dina.
And
So
blundered.
well, I mean, she's still up 2 pawns. So
yeah, but why do you give her extra tempo if you see that? Oh no, she didn't blunder, my bad. She took, I'm sorry, because I saw the rook on b6 and I thought but she played the rook on b6 after. Oh my god, that's amazing. That's amazing, so proud. Beautiful.
Rook to c5 played by her opponent, but that just allows Andrea to activate her.
That's so beautiful. Sorry.
Alexandra plays knight a8. That's funny. No one wants to go put the knight in the corner, chat says.
Are there some enthusiasts here? I know there are many YouTube channels that post Botez collection of Botez clips and funny moments. I have a request, personal request. You know where I'm going with this one, right?
No.
Dear Botezlive enthusiast, would you do me a favor and make a collection of positions where Alexandra puts her piece on the 8th rank? I think this would be hilarious. I think this would be such a great clip.
Yeah. There's not, I mean, there's plenty of material to work with, at least.
Yeah.
Andrea does not play her knight forward, but instead she activates her king, putting pressure on the knight and bringing the king over to the queen side, potentially trying to help with this pawn becoming a new queen along the far side. Alexandra, she has completed her maneuver with her knight. And the problem for Alexandra in this position is that the computer quite likes the move f5. And after pawn takes f5, knight to f4. And suddenly, white is making a lot of threats with their bishops. So that's one to watch out for. But at least now, if f5 is played, Alexandra will have a lot of time to deal with it because they just reached move 40, Dina. Which means I think it's time for me to take a little break. So,
sure.
Yeah.
We'll
you
give
stay
you that.
on top of things, Dina.
Absolutely. How would I never? Right, chat. How are we doing? How are we doing? How are we doing? Oh boy, what is this? What is this going on? We are having a fantastic day. 12,000 people. He flagged? No, he didn't flag. He did not flag. He gets extra 30 minutes. Andrea's opponent played. Need the move. Woo, Alexandra is stretching her neck. She's bored. She's looking at what Andrea is doing and she sees that Andrea, ooh, my little sister is 2 pawns up. Life is beautiful in the kingdom of Sardinia. Andrea's back. I kind of like Andrea's move because I'm gonna show you why. Knight goes away, and now she wants to play king to d6. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, never mind. I don't like Andrea's move. Okay, well, he could have played, yeah, king d. Why is? Oh, sharks. Oh boy, we need to be careful here. Yeah, what did she plan? I mean, I always like when she brings the king up. I mean, I guess she can just push. Oh, sorry. Huh. I don't know what she planned. What did he do? Oh, he put knight g7. Oh, knight g7. Why? Why would she do that? Rook to c8 and now knight e6. Okay. Okay. If we go to rook endgame, this is officially winning. If we get to this, we're gonna win this. And now if the rook takes pawn, then this is just game over, because always put the rook behind your pawn. You know that, right? Behind the pass pawn. I mean, if we honestly, the only complications here are because of the knights. The knights and games are tricky because you need to be careful. Like yesterday, Alex tricked her opponent. But once we trade those, there is no headache anymore. Let's try to go after this one, but then we have knight g5. No, come on. Oh, come on. This is cool. I think Dina is grossly misevaluating the rook endgame. Oh, do I? Be my guest. Prove me wrong. Okay, king to d7. Well, that's interesting. Andrea wants to avoid all the checks. I love that. Actually, I love that even better. Because knight controls everything. Knight doesn't have any. I meant knight doesn't have anywhere to go. Rook to d5, king to c6, rook to d8, knight to d7. No, come on. Once this guy's gonna go, and now Andrea knows that she needs to push him. My bad, Mr. Nick Simon. My bad. Okay. What is going in Alexandra's game? She played knight a8 and knight b6. And her opponent pushed the king to... played bishop to b3. And now... knight to b6. Nice! Okay, we got the move in Andrea's game. Rook to... Let's move in Andrea's game. This is way too far, right? d7, rook d5? Yeah, probably rook d5. Rook d5. Up. Don't tell me you're eating exact same chicken salad for 3 days in a row.
Yeah, of course I am. What do you mean? Did you see the portion I made? That portion lasts me 4 days.
What? You are eating the same salad for 3 days?
And you should sprinkle it with lemon juice. And that makes the salad stay more fresh for longer.
Okay. Questions not asked. So let me fill you in. Knight is on b6. Just as you wished. And Alexandra's opponent is thinking. Alexandra is questioning her. Alexandra is like already probably planning what she's gonna wear on the closing ceremony. And in the meantime, Andrea has had some moves. So after king e6, we have had knight to g7, which I liked. King d7, rook d5. I suggested that here white should trade the knights. And if we trade the knights, we obviously need to keep this pawn. We can even give away the h7 pawn. And we're still going to be winning. What do you think, Hama?
Yeah. I agree.
Never felt so good.
And look at how Andrea is inching her way over to the queen side with every move. Her opponent decided to avoid the rook trade, but rook to b5 was not the right place to put that rook. Because now the king comes in and can attack the rook, and the king will then help the pawn, and Andrea will just win the game using this pawn on the far side of the board. So I'm very confident Andrea is going to win here.
Honestly, I'm so proud. I mean, like, look at this king. This king is being brought to the center in the endgame by Andrea's hands. I really think that Andrea's endgame, like, I think most of the games she won has been in endgames.
Yeah.
And that proves my point that, like, every time I have a debate with her, I'm telling her, you're very good in endgames. Go to the endgames. People don't know how to play them. You're gonna outplay. And I feel like she slowly starts believing that. Because previously she would tell you that endgames are not her thing.
Yeah.
So I think we've done tremendous progress here. Every time she's outplaying her opponents in endgames.
That's great.
Yep.
Dimitro is really making use of the extra time he got, huh?
Which is good for us.
It's not so good for me because I'm planning to leave in 35 minutes.
You have something planned?
I'm going to watch a soccer game with some friends. And before chat starts, last time I mentioned I had a friend, chat went like, "Oh, that's nice." I didn't expect that from Hammer. So I know what you're thinking, but yes, I do have friends.
I just love your commitment to work and Botezlive.
What do you mean? I have put a lot of commitment into this. I'm allowed to leave an hour early on one day. That's like normal work life. You get to leave one day a week, you get to leave an hour early.
That's not one day. That is the day. Hammer, that is a final day. Your daughter is about to crush the tournament. You're not even gonna be there to watch her get the prize. What kind of a father are you?
A bad one?
You're going with friends to watch some soccer game? When Alexandra is about to crash the tournament? You serious? That's your best tournament in her life. You're not even gonna be there to congratulate her during the interview, post-game interview?
Well, now I maybe have to, Dina. Because Alexandra's opponent, he found this F5 move. And frankly, this F5 move is super annoying. And honestly, Dina, like after F5, White could potentially win now. If Alexandra goes king to G7 and then takes, knight F4, this knight is putting some very uncomfortable pressure against all the black pawns. I may have to skip my soccer game, Dina, just because Alexandra couldn't find a winning move in one. Earlier, if Alexandra had just been thinking a little bit, she would have won a bishop in one move. And instead, now we're sitting here wondering if she's going to mess everything up in the final stretch.
At least you're ready to be there for her in her misery.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't be there for her. I don't trust you to be accurate in the tiebreak calculations, Dina. So I feel like maybe I need to stay to do the tiebreakers. I'm not wrong. You know I'm not wrong. Who are Andrea's opponents? No, sorry. Who are Alexandra's opponents? That what's her name? Natalie? No. That Alessia hasn't played. Do you know?
Alessia hasn't played.
Well, sorry, that Alexandra hasn't played. What is the current situation with the tie breaks? Have any of the important tiebreak games been like the players who are Alessia and Alexandra's tiebreaks? Are any of those results finished?
I still
Oh
can't
no,
recover.
Dina.
What?
Maida, Federico Maida, who Alessia played previously in the tournament. He has managed to win a bishop endgame down a pawn.
What?
Because he had a dangerous pawn on the side of the board and he managed to get a new queen. That's very bad news for Alexandra, or rather Alexandra's tiebreak. And Rudy has made a draw. So if we then update the situation for the tie breaks, Alexandra needs Becker or Dieli to win their games. That would be very nice. But yeah, I'm gonna have to stay here, and as long as there's a remote chance that Alexandra might actually lose the game, I should probably stick around and make. Oh no, Becker has lost. Becker has lost. That is very bad for Alexandra's tiebreaks. Winobst has made a draw. Okay, Vila is going to put a thing up on the screen, and we're going to go through this one by one. I'm not saying we're going to need the tie breaks, but I'm saying if we need the tie breaks. So,
in the meantime, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, Vila is fixing it now. So Maida has won. Norse has made a draw. Melis has lost, which is good. Right now, Andrea winning this game could potentially be what saves Alexandra if Alexandra manages to waste her winning position.
And Andrea is on the road to do so because first she did exactly what I asked her. She offered a knight trade. And after knight f5, she's gonna offer a rook trade. And with such a strong king, with this pawn, and if the rook goes away, as she should, we are gonna have a rook behind the pass pawn. Oh my god, I cannot hide the emotions. Andrea's playing the endgame like grandmaster.
Unfortunately, she didn't go rook d8, Dina. She went rook d7.
Well, that's solid. Hey, no checks, no attacks. That's very solid. I like that. She's gonna push the pawn, then she's gonna play king b6, and on rook a8, she's gonna play rook to a7. Luft.
A check has happened on the king. Now the king can step back. If the rook then attacks the knight, Andrea can go for the trade. White can't really afford the trade, and then the pawn can start running.
Oh my god, this is even stronger. I love this even more now that I look at this position. I love this Andreas rook to d7. Man, I am in love. I am officially in love with Andreas chess.
Oh no, Naimanov has also won. Wow. Naimanov, who was lower rated than their opponent by 100, 200 points, has won their game. A lot of the tiebreak scores are working in Alessia's favor right now. Alessia got 4 points. So all of the opponents Alessia has played against so far this tournament that Alexandra hasn't, they're done with their games. But that means, so, oh God. Alexandra needs this Delhi to make a draw, and then she needs Andrea to win. And then she will win no matter the result. In the meantime, this f5 move was so brilliant, and it allowed the white knight to get to the f4 square. And there, Alexandra didn't cope with it perfectly. After f5, she played king g7 to have the king close by to protect the pawn on g6. But after takes, now knight to f4 puts pressure on the d5 pawn as well. Alexandra will just continue centralizing her king, but now can we imagine a scenario where Alexandra loses this, Dina? I guess maybe takes, bishop, no, because then this one is hanging.
Well, this one is
I think Alexandra is fine. Because after knight takes on d5, she can always recapture. Even though white then wins the black knight, the good thing is that Alexandra's knight will then capture a pawn and attack another pawn. So I still can't see any scenario where Alexandra is going to lose this game. And it's only if Alexandra loses that the tiebreak calculations come into play.
Okay. Well, Alexandra has advantage on time, and she seems pretty confident. So she's bringing the king to the center. We're doing okay.
How is Daly's game? There are no live transmissions of Daly's game, so we don't know. Oh God, I just realized the 0.5 that Alexandra had extra had already been calculated by Vila.
0.5?
Yeah, Alexandra was 0.5 ahead on the tiebreaks before the round started.
Oh.
But Vila already counted that. So actually, Alexandra needs Daly and Andrea to win on tiebreaks.
Wait.
No, Alexandra has gotten some bad results against her for this tiebreak thing. She needs to avoid losing. The best solution to this whole tiebreak debacle is just don't lose.
But how? Okay, if Daly makes a draw, which is more possible. Andrea
Let me
wins.
see what I have on my notes. According to my notes, Daly is in potential. I was predicting a draw in that game.
Yeah, you were. So that would be 4 points, and Alexandra is already 0.5. So then it's good. It would be fine. Daly draw and Andrea win.
Yeah, but then they would be equal.
No, but Alexandra already has 0.5.
No, but no. Oh yeah, yeah. Both would no.
No, because
if
I
draw,
see
then it's equal on 4.
Yeah, it's 4. I see. That's why. Oh, it's equal to 4. So how about we calculate the Berger? Let's calculate Berger hammer.
That I'm not ready to do.
You guys don't know, but there are like 10 different tie breaks. First is what is it? It's not burger. What is it? First is burger, I think. No, first is boogles, and second is burger.
Third tiebreak is alphabetical. Alex loses on her 4th letter. That's honestly very funny.
Wait, I didn't get this one. Explain.
Alessia, ALES.
Oh.
Alex, S is before X.
Ooh, smart. You're smart. Okay. Okay. Ooh, what is going on with my Andrea girl? Her rook, the rook opponent's rook has gone back, which is great. Knight to e3, rook to d4. Now, are we gonna see a why? Okay, this is confusing. Why did the rook go to d4?
You know, Dina?
What?
Actually, Dina. In case of same number of tiebreak points for both of them, Alexandra wins. Because if it's the same, you eliminate the lowest scoring player. And Alexandra has played a lower scoring player than Alessia.
Nice, bravo, Vila.
So if it's tied, it's so that means as long as Daly, as long as he makes a draw and Andrea wins, then Alexandra is the champion no matter what.
Yeah, that's a champion. I like how we, this is how you say, cut the chickens before they steer. How we all speculated Alex, how we all put Alexandra to grave already and see what's gonna happen and then.
Well, I do like me some worst case scenario thinking.
Right, it's not because you're a negative person.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, because that's why.
That was a sarcasm, yeah. But yeah, I'm glad that you pointed it out. Count the chickens before they hatch. I'm gonna make it right. Yeah. Ah. Man. One day
The
Dina
best
will
thing would be for Alexandra just to not lose. And frankly, I'm a bit concerned, Dina, about what Alexandra is planning now with her bishop. Because if White does a nothing move, do you think Alexandra would capture the knight? And if she does, are we scared that the bishops may start making some threats? Computer seems to like this for black. The 2 knights versus the 2 bishops.
Okay.
I I don't know about that, Dina. I
I think
cannot
she's
support the
fine.
knights being better than the bishops. It goes against everything I believe in. Okay, but if this is fine, then Alexandra is fine. Like, there's no way. The only way for white to make a draw, according to the engine, is to capture on d5, allowing Alexandra to then take out both the queenside pawns. But here, there's like no chance to lose. Although there are bishops on an open board. I don't know, Dina. I don't know. How are we doing on time? Dimitrov down to 12 minutes.
However, the position that you're showing right now, we're literally this is literally dead draw. What are you worried about?
No, I'm worried about the king making its way up here, and then somehow the bishop comes in here, forcing
But
the
I'm
king
just gonna
back,
put.
and then
I'm gonna keep my bishop on f6.
Yeah, no. So if bishop to put the bishop on f6,
Yeah.
then you should be very safe. But I don't like that the white king is so much more active than the black one
There are no pawns in
on
this
general
position.
principle. I don't know if he's going to take on d5 though.
No,
And he
he's
needs
not.
to make a decision soon. He
And
only
I
has
think,
12 minutes remaining.
well, yeah, he could benefit from taking some time. Interesting. Andrea is holding to her h7 pawn instead of pushing the other pawn. Ultra safe, probably fine. Yeah, yeah. A4 would have been great as well because he has no time. But I don't like this rook d4. I didn't understand it. I didn't get why not to put rook d8 and then keep the rook behind the pawn as we discussed. Chat. But okay. Yeah, here like even a takes. He doesn't have time for this bullshit. Oh, he does. Okay, well, Andrea played well. Okay. And now rook. Oh, this is annoying. Come on, Andrea. Time to push. Forget about this. Don't be greedy. You have two pawns up. Just take it. Just push it. Let him take it. Just push it. He's not gonna be able to stop it. He literally cannot stop it. Come on, Andrea. Don't be greedy. Don't be a greedy girl. Yeah.
And then at the end of that variation, if I go knight c2, then instead of allowing me to moving the rook and letting me sacrifice the knight against the pawn would be very bad. But instead, you just ignore the threat to the rook and just promote the pawn. That's nice.
Oh my god. She didn't do that. Instead, she gave the other pawn.
And Dimitrov has captured on d5. So it looks like Dimitrov is about to save a draw against Alexandra, which really shouldn't have happened. Alexandra had an easily winning position. But on the other hand, a draw is still good enough to win the tournament for Alexandra. And she is now completing this trade. White now has the bishop pair, but Alexandra will be able to capture both of these white pawns in the next two moves. And if you don't do that, Alexandra, you might as well just resign against the bishop pair and the more active king. So I don't know what you're waiting on. Okay, she captures the pawn. And she's going to capture the next one. And things are okay. We're good, Dina.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna
Honestly,
be
she
right.
might still win. She is going to be up a pawn at the end of this.
Yeah. In the version where you thought she was losing. Andrea, in the meantime, decides to give away the other pawn, which is positionally good. But apparently, after knight e4, rook h7, king b6, there is a possibility to put the rook behind the pawn. And at some point, we're going to push, but this will be a pain in the nowhere. Still waiting for Andrea, but we'll need some clearance to be done. Clearance. And Andrea's, well, she's fine. She's fine, 18 minutes.
And how it's looking right now is that the people on 5.5 points who have won is Orman and Masia. And Orman was ahead of Andrea on tiebreaks. Masia was a little bit behind. But if Andrea wins this, she's definitely getting top 10. And I think if Andrea wins this, she's gonna be... Well, if Andrea wins this, she's not gonna do as well if Alexandra actually wastes the draw. Because then Andrea's position in the game is based on... Oh, and Alexandra's opponent just made a mistake, Dina.
Oh boy.
King to e3, going after the pawn immediately is a mistake because now Alexandra can try and chase the king away and get the king away from this pawn before capturing on a4. And if the king moves forward, well, then that's pretty risky because then the black king will move forward as well. And if the bishop tries to attack in towards the knight and in towards the king, then pawn to g5 is actually checkmate in the middle of the board in the endgame. So then instead of that, you're going to have to go h4. But then Alexandra can check, and now she can move her king forward, protect the pawn in the middle. She's attacking on g3. She's attacking on a4. And this feels like very, very difficult for white to save. I'm going to say this is not going to be saved. So bishop to c5 now, and Alexandra is still looking good for the win. And Alexandra winning this matters quite a big deal for Andrea. Because if Andrea wins her game, the fact that Alexandra then wins means that Andrea will go past Dimitrov in the standings. And she might... Let me try and do some calculations. 1, 2, 3. Andrea is top 5. If Andrea wins and Alexandra wins, Andrea is top 5. This is not a drill. This is real. How did Molinari do in the final round? He's still playing. I think Andrea is top 5, maybe number 6, if both the girls win.
Andrea's opponent got afraid and did not take the pawn and instead played the king to f3. But this is not as good because now... Oh, this is a check. Okay, but what if we move the king up? Andrea can move the king up and then rook on h7 doesn't work anymore due to the fork. Nasty fork. Andrea's opponent woke up and realized that in the endgame you gotta bring the king, but buddy, it's too late. Come on, Andrea.
And in the meantime, Alexandra has found bishop to c5 check.
Nice.
And Dimitrov is down to 8.5 minutes remaining, and he now has a difficult decision to make. He does go forward. Dimitrov stays close to the pawn, but now Alexandra can move her king into the game and threaten checkmate.
And she's gonna do it right away. Look at her. She's ready.
Well, Alexandra can
fingers
also
are
go back
snitching.
with the bishop. If Alexandra goes back with the bishop, then this is just a draw. She can get an immediate repetition. She can decide the tournament in her favor here. Alexandra can go back and forth for the draw. But she goes for the win. She plays King F6. She wants to win.
Of course she wants to win. She's gonna fight for my Twitter handle.
And honestly, I don't think anyone told her that because this guy is higher rated than her, a draw is sufficient for 2,000 rating. So she might be fighting for that 2,000 rating.
H4 is the only move here, or else it's gonna be a checkmate. Bishop to d6, and after king to e3, can we take the pawn? Oh no. What?
No, she's still going to need to be very accurate. Oh,
yeah.
This is a draw? That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we're 2 pawns up. Is this Alessia? That young girl? I don't think so.
Tense moments here. Andrea is down to 15 minutes on the clock. Her technique the last couple of moves have not been optimal. But she still has that pawn on the side of the board to push forward. Are you on the current position in Alexandra's game?
Absolutely not. Yeah, I'm expecting h4. I mean, I don't know what's he thinking about.
Well, if he doesn't play h4, it's checkmate, right?
Well, he has g4. But then g5, king g3, h4. Yeah, he's getting pushed back. This is not good. I need the pawn is falling. Yeah, no. So maybe he doesn't see it. h4. No, bishop d6.
Obviously, he sees h4, right? But the thing about h4 is that you don't really want to make this move because of the problems with your g3 pawn. Actually, he might play g4 because then at least he doesn't lose this pawn.
But this would be even worse.
According to the computer, but in practical play, I don't know.
Even worse. In practical hammer, because look at this king. The king is getting pushed to the side and we're in the endgame. We just take on a4. This is a dream come true. Whereas if the king stays on e3, then we can never take the a4 pawn because then we lose the e4 pawn. Of course, we can do that, but wouldn't that be better to have the king far, far away from the kitchen?
Yeah, you make a good point there. Dimitrov, less than 6 minutes now.
Great news. Andre is thinking, come on, Andre, just move your king up. What are you thinking of?
Dina, stay on current position.
Entschuldigung.
It would be incredible. If Andrea wins this, we're going to have Alexandra number 1, Alessia number 2, and Andrea number 5.
Entschuldigen Sie bitte. Kein Problem. Dankeschön. Es ist okay. Es tut mir leid.
Sehr gut. Chat says.
Sehr gut. Zwischenzug.
Zugzwang.
Zeitnah.
The first sentence I ever learned in German. Oh, he went G4, Dina. He went G4.
Great stuff. Love it.
Just kick
Love is in the air.
king away.
Do, 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 do.
Avoid pawn trades and kick the pawn and the king away.
She's gonna win this.
If she finds G5, I agree she's gonna win this. But I am not counting my chickens.
Before the hat.
Oh, she's ready to move already.
Ooh.
G5, let's go.
Yes, baby.
She's kind of rushing her moves here.
That's my girl.
But it's fine as long as she plays the good moves, I suppose.
That's the tournament leader here.
Tournament destroyer, if anything.
Slaughter of Sardinia. The Sardinian. Oh,
Age 4 played as well so quickly.
man. But yeah, and then she grabs the pawn. Hammer, go get your socks ready. You are going to suck her.
You know what, Dina? I am. Can you deal with the rest of this? No
Of
more
course.
tiebreak calculations needed. I think we're all good.
Hammer literally has his papers and then like already where he was taking all the notes. Show us your notes, Mr.
No,
Grandmaster.
I cannot. This is personal notes, but I can show you these notes.
Yeah.
My tiebreak calculation. No, because I have more notes on the other side.
Oh, okay. It's
yeah.
like Andrea winning the tournament crossed. Commentary, Botez done. Soccer
Yes.
plus going.
Yes. And she's taking the pawn, Dina.
Ooh, look at that.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go catch my soccer game. Congratulations to Alexandra. What a performance. Whether she gets 8 points or 8.5 doesn't really matter. She's won the greatest tournament victory of her career. And she's done it in incredible style, crushing people with the white pieces, crushing people with the black pieces. She's back over 2,000 rated, and feeling some of that confidence. So really happy to see that. And I'm guessing this also means that there will be more tournaments coming in 2024. As I understand it, they may need a break for legal reasons, which is, not going to get into that. But apparently, we don't allow Americans to travel around Europe willy-nilly, which is probably good.
Well, it's vice versa, Mr. Hammer. But yeah.
Yeah, no, they do the same to us. So that's fair. But when fall comes, if nothing else, I'm expecting there to be more tournaments with this confidence flowing in the veins. So I'm gonna leave you with Dina, oh God, Alessia has blundered.
What?
Alessia might only get a draw. Okay, Dina will tell you all about it. But I'm off. Bye, everyone.
Damn. Was that even planned? What's going on right now? Vila doesn't even have an overlay for me only. You literally removed the headphones. Bye, Hammer. Sure, just get away, of course. Just leave me alone, of course. Man, he just disappeared. Hello. Hi. What are you doing? I'm so beautiful. Oh. Well, listen. Hey, Bila. Love your profile picture. Man. All right. So it's you and me, chat. I did not expect that. But you know what? When surprised, act like you are not. And the viewership just doubled. All right, can someone explain to me why Andre is still thinking? My heart is Dina and Vila commentary. My heart is so why? Where what? She moved the pawn, but not here, baby. He's gonna check you. She was trying to calculate, but he's gonna go there. Well, why to calculate all that? Why to calculate all that if you could just move the king here and then he cannot take? Because I guess you wanted to do, you didn't like the king, and then it's the same thing, a4. But hell, it's not the same thing. Because he moved the king. Andrea, no come on, no come on, no why? No why you do that? No baby. No why you do that for yourself? Ugh. King. And then what? Okay, so assuming Andrea calculated all the way, king a6. See what? Now rook h6. Now what's she gonna do? Wait, what is this? Okay, Andrea is just trying to be a stockfish. Calculate top 10 ply. Okay, Alex board, yes, I'm heading towards Alexandra. And Alexandra has taken the pawn on a4. And what happened after? Where is Hammer when they need him? Whoa, my god, that scared me. Oh my god, wow. Hey, that wasn't fun. Vila, were you? Oh my god, no, I cannot. He looks so young here. Oh god, this is so creepy. Oh my god, this is so creepy. Okay, no, please, no more. I cannot. I was looking at that stream. Okay, let me find. I actually gonna go to the live boards. Okay, chat, what was the Teal's death? Oh. Okay, what was the move after knight a4? What the knight somewhere? I need the moves. Bishop b3, knight to c3, and now he's done what? Bishop to oh, we're gonna get out. Oh my god, this is theoretically winning, yeah? Bishop b2, so she's gonna go. Oh my god, this is theoretically winning. So even if he trades and yes, outcolored bishops, opposite colored bishops, we got 2 pass pawns, so this is a win. Oh boy, she's gonna slaughter this tournament. Oh my god, this is humiliation. Sardinia Chess Festival is gonna be taken. It's gonna be taken over. This is gonna be taken over. Man. Oh, here he comes, Mr. Hammer. Ooh, a nice little lord. Okay, I need to see. All right. So bishop d4. Andrea also 3 steps further. He did not play rook h. She didn't play rook h8. Andrea's opponent did not play rook h8. Instead, they play rook to h6. No. Alessia blunder might be a draw. All right. Wait a second. Everybody, this is confusing. Let me open the boards. Let me open the light boards. Rook h7. This is getting rook to h4. But we got plenty of checks. Wait, what? Rook to h4? This is unbelievable. What? Okay, I'm going to open live boards. Okay, games. And I'm gonna click to Botez. And I'm gonna see. Oh yeah, no, this is delayed. This won't work. Yes, please. That would be great. That would be great. So don't worry, Vila got me. What's happening on the board? So Alexandra Botez is completely winning position after bishop to b2 and bishop to d6. Now, Alexandra's opponent has just played, I think, king to... so we took bishop b3, knight c3, bishop b2, and now bishop d4, and he played... What did he play? He doesn't have any moves. Right, chat? He played bishop to c2. Thank you, chat. So king e5 on the board. Oh my lands. Alexandra's gonna win faster than Andrea. Alexandra's completely winning. This is unbelievable. Now let's take a look at Andrea. Andrea is thinking her time is going down. She has moves. This is the live position on the board. Her knight is attacked. She doesn't have time. Don't do that. Don't sacrifice, please. You know that. You learned. The opponent is gonna get stopped by the knight. Surprisingly, this is not losing yet, but oh no, it should be losing. Instead, Andrea has plenty of checks. She did a check. Knight to g5, good. King to e2 is gonna happen, I assume. And here, okay, this is a complicated situation. We cannot take because we don't want to allow pass pawn. We cannot push because... Oh god, this is gonna be a throw because our king is far away. Our king is surprisingly far away, and then they're gonna come. So instead... Oh, this is a tough situation. Oh god, Andrea has to repeat. Oh god, she has to repeat, and then she has to go to c3 in order to stop the king from moving. Oh yeah, she has to put the knight to c3. Oh, but Andrea doesn't like to repeat because for her, one-time repetition means a draw, but it's only one-time repetition. Ben Feingold, always repeat, and Andrea doesn't have time. Please, Andrea, put the knight to c3. You need to stop the king from moving. Oh, this is complicated. Yeah. Man, Andrea doesn't like it. Oh, God. Why is this so bad? I mean, this is actually not as bad. Oh, she has knight h3, so pawn cannot move. Oh, this is not as bad. And then she go knights. You can do it. Yeah, okay. This might... Okay, here sorry. Here, white might save, but it's still complicated, okay? Now, let's look at Alexandra. Her opponent doesn't have any time on the clock, and we got the moves. It's king e5 and bishop to bishop to c1. I mean, come on. Alexandra is completely winning. Completely dominating. Anything works here. The pawn is attacked. We can just push e3. We can just... I mean, we're not gonna put the king back. Computer suggesting h3. King h3 and now e3, but this is some high-level stuff. And after this, oh boy, the bishop is falling. Oh my god, and this is a queen. If Alexandra finds h3 here and she is thinking, god, she has 24 minutes, she's a robot, she's a machine. Andrea, what happened to Andrea? Andrea is still thinking. Andrea, check back. Just check back. Andrea, you were under 1 minute. Check back. Just check back. Oh god, oh my god. What did she do? She moved the king. Well, that's good, right? No? Is it bad? Okay, I'm putting the board back. Alexandra's gonna find h3 or not. What did she do? Andrea, she moved the king. Oh, it's good. It's a good move. It's a good move. Now white's best move is rook back to h8, but they're not gonna do that. Oh, this is good. They might take, but if they take, we are completely winning. What did she do? Knight? Wait, what? Knight to c2, right? Oh my. My heart rate is so high. Knight to c2, I don't like that. Okay, Andrea, don't take it. Don't let them get the pass pawn. Do something else. Just don't not rook c4 because there's knight a3. Maybe rook e4. Oh no, she took. I don't like that. Me no like that. Knight to e6 maybe? Yeah, no, this is dangerous. Okay, why to give your opponent a pass pawn? This is a pain in your butt. Oh. Knight to e6 happened. No, come on, Andrea. This wasn't classy. Yeah. King d3. Now knight to what? Knight to g7? Why not knight to f4? Knight to f4. Well, king to oh god. Okay, this is a roller coaster. I cannot. We're gonna just stick to the moves. Let's see how Alexandra is destroying and winning the tournament. Oh, she's still thinking. Alexandra is thinking here. It's a critical moment, but Alexandra has plenty of time, man. Alexandra has been using her time here like a total boss. Like a total boss. Ooh. Don't have any tea anymore. Andrea's thinking of her opponent's time. Knight to e6. Now white has to play king d3. The most logical, bring your king. Andrea's gonna play knight to f4. King to e4. Now king to c4. Knight a3, king b3. Yes. Me no like that. The problem is that there is always a way to give the knight. And this is a draw. Oh, Andrea's gonna be sad. Oh man. King to d3 happened. Oh, Andrea's gonna be sad. But okay, you still need to be careful. Girl, why did you give him a pass pawn? Why did you give them a pass pawn? Yeah. Okay. Andrea played knight f4, as I said. King e4 is gonna happen. Still, both sides can make a mistake here. Pretty possible. Alexandra's thinking. If Alexandra plays h3, she's gonna be a boss. King to c3. She panicked. Andrea's opponent panicked. King to c3. Now, king to c5. Let's take opposition. Come on, Andrea. King to c5. I mean, it's only move. She doesn't have a choice. No time. Andrea, play king c5 fast. No checks, no time. This is interesting. This actually works. But because of check and check. Oh god, this is crazy. If Andrea finds this, she's a genius. She's a machine. Not only strategy, but also tactics. Oh, this is a pawn win. This is winning off a pawn. My god, it works in every line. Because she stops it. Oh boy, if Andrea finds this, she's gonna win. Oh, that's a possibility to win, but it's tough. You need to calculate, you need to be precise. It's a gamble. King c5. Okay. My heart rate. King c5. Andrea. Ooh. Andrea. I'm so worried. King to c5. Why worry? Why make a worry me? Why you worry me? Alexandra plays knight to d5, which is totally fine. What? What? Bishop to g5. What did you plan? That. What did you plan on that? Excuse me? Well, this is not winning anymore. No, it is. It's winning again. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, Stockfish is going crazy. This is winning. Also, mind that this is our corner. Okay, this is winning. This is winning because we got still 2 passed pawns for opposite colored bishops, and the bishop can stop. The pawn g4 is not relevant. Bishop to b2. He didn't play? What? Bishop to d2. He didn't take. Got it. Now we have check. Did she check? No. Wait, what are you talking about? He took the pawn. He's just taking the pawn. Okay, 93. Okay, this is well played. This is well played, well calculated. Knight to e3. Yes, immediately. Alexandra is winning. Okay, this is official. She's gonna win. Man, this is gonna be a win. Well played. Well played, well executed. Alexandra's gonna win. She's gonna win because she got 2 passed pawns in the opposite bishop endgame, opposite called bishop endgame, and this pawn is stopped because of the bishop g5, and then the king comes, and then bishop and the king cannot stop 2 pawns. This king is just gonna come here and help this pawn. We're gonna put this on e3. We're gonna put the king. This is win. This is a win. This is a game over. Let's watch Andrea. Alexandra claims the victory in the tournament with 8.5. You know what that means? That means that we have 7, not 4, but 7 prizes today for the giveaway, for the raffle. 3 extra for Alexandra's win, and 3 and 4 more for the win of the tournament. This is unbelievable. Before it's too late, participate, sign up for the giveaway, participate by using the command raffle. You're gonna have the link for the Google form. You fill in the Google form, you use the email address that you have already used for the official account. Oh my God, this is so beautiful. The official, check this out, the official broadcast has both Alexandra and Andrea on their screens from the top. That's such a beautiful view. Oh boy, we're crushing the tournament, but okay, we gotta focus on Andrea. King c5. Now it's tough. It's actually tough for both. Knight to e3. Yeah, you don't know how to improve here. You do not know how to improve here. Before it's too late, you gotta participate in the giveaway. 7 prizes today in total. Wait, 7 or 8? I'm confused. Let me calculate. We have, I think it's 8, Vila. I think you didn't do the math. We'll pick another 3 winners on top of 4. 1 plus 3 plus. Oh, okay. It is 7. Update the board. Why do you need the board? It's over. Why do you need the board? What did he do? It's over. You want to see? But she won. He already resigned. What did she do? I don't know. Oh, he played h3. King d4. I mean, come on. This is pathetic. This is all that screaming for h3? You serial? You serial? All that screaming for h3? Man, this is a win. It's over. Pawn's push. There's absolutely no way he can save it. All right, Andrea's game in the meantime. Her opponent played f3. Good move. f3. And yeah, knight is on f4. Knight is on c2 here, f4. f5 Andrea plays. That's an interesting move. I kind of like that because we take control of the center. Yeah, I like this move. But what is after this? Knight e3 is not possible because of the nasty, nasty little knight d5. And if knight takes d5, then king takes d5. That's beautiful. That's so beautiful. Oh god. That's a dream come true. Okay. In the meantime, Alexandra's opponent, bishop to a4. There have been a couple of moves. Bishop to a4. Guess Alexandra played bishop to g5 at some point. Oh, king f1, bishop g5, yeah, and bishop to a4. And now she's just, yeah, and now just king c3, king b4, push, and then push, and then push, and then push. It's a win. This is a win. There's no way to stop it. All right. Andrea's opponent played, not played yet. King, Andrea! King c4! King d2 is super passive now, king c4. Shit. No. King c4 was a win. King c4 was a win because of if check, king b3, and if takes, no one stops the pawn. Okay, takes. Oh no, this is a draw. Game over. I mean, okay. Andrea's still gonna be 1900. Yeah, bit pity. But I mean, one of the highest rated opponents in the tournament. That's why Andrea too much time spent on after rook in the end game. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, the best example was given by Alexandra. How to control the time. King f1, king e1, king e1 or f, king f1, king to f3. Classy move. All right, guys, games are almost over. It means that, man, Alexandra's winning the tournament with 8 freaking and a half. 8 freaking and a half. Yeah. Bit heartbroken for Andrea. But overall, such a great tournament, such an impressive result. Yes, slipped half a point away to a 1966, completely winning. But hey, that happens. Should have been a bit faster. The wind was right here, but she didn't feel it. Well, honestly, here Andrea playing for e4 means that she already agreed for a draw. because she played it right away, which is weird. You gotta calculate king c4, but time pressure. Time pressure. And that was winning. But okay. Drea plays king to c5. Takes. King to knight to. But okay, Alexandra's winning. 6 out of 9, still very good. Yeah, tell that to her. She's gonna say, yes, it's a stupid game. I thought my heart and soul out. And what did I get as a result? And here we come. King, knight, and I mean, Alex's game is just pathetic. Oh my god, mate in 5. Boy, mate in 5. Alexandra's winning. 8.5 out of 9. Have you seen something like that? Oh god. Oh no. Goodbye to my Twitter handle. And Alexandra gets back to 2000. Meanwhile, Andre is getting a 1900 FIDE rating for the first time. Both games gonna finish at the same time. Oh, come on, Alexandra. You should have pushed the other pawn. The mate would be faster. And that's it. Alexandra's opponent resigned. Alexandra has just won the freaking tournament with 8.5 out of 9. Oh my lens. What is this superwoman? Super Botez. Congratulations. What an amazing performance. And Dario congratulates Alexandra. Here she comes. Here he comes. The biggest supporter of us all. He came and handshook. Andre is not impressed. Andre's like, bro, I could be on her place right now. But Alexandra does not smile. She puts the kings. She has the winner face. She's the winner. Yes! That's our girl. She's the winner. You saw that, chat. Oh my god. 8.5 out of 9. What a tournament. What a performance. Tony Arkham, thank you so much for 20 gifted. This is unbelievable. Alexandra has won her first official chess tournament ever since kindergarten. That's unbelievable. Oh god. What is going on? And Dario still believes in Andrea. 10 gifted stuff from I am Chuck, damn it. Amazing performance. Fascinating result. Everybody stay there. Alexandra is gonna join us shortly. And Andrea is letting her 1966 rated opponent slide. Yes, bit unfortunate. Oops, she doesn't want to trade. She's playing for a win. Woo! Let's go. That's my girl. That was a bit. Oh God. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck, Andrea. You know what that means? That means Andrea is not happy. Okay. On a scale, okay, chat. I don't mean to. How do you think Andrea is more happy or more jealous? She's happy, right? She's happy but jealous. I mean, look at her. She literally just got tilted. She refused a draw offer in a complete draw position. She's not happy for sure, but she will get over it. Doing great tournament. She's got over 1900. I mean, there is a job danger. Oh, don't worry, I'm already fired. You heard it yesterday. But yeah. Wow. Oh my god. Yeah. Ah. 7 winners for today, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have 7 winners in the raffle because Alexandra brought home the victory. 8.5 out of 9. Check. Andrea goes with the check. Oh, yeah. I mean, I am slightly heartbroken for Andrea's game today. It's a pity because she's done a fantastic board. Board what? I don't understand. What board? Why? Why do you need a board? You serial? What you gonna do? What you gonna do here? You gonna checkmate with your knight? Good luck. Yeah. Oh man. She cannot even play king c2 because then there would be check and she would be forced to trade knights. Oh man. Bit heartbroken because it was a beautiful game, completely outplayed, completely winning the whole game. I know, chess. No, Andre's heartbroken. But let's, before she jumps here, just so that you and I know. Oh, and Benoit Hugues is still playing with, wait, this is a draw as well. Alessia is drawing. Oh, and they agreed on a draw. Yeah, Andrea not happy. Wow, that's crazy. Alexandra wins the tournament with 1.5 point to spare. Is that true? Alessia just made a draw, which means that Alexandra might have won a tournament with 1.5 point to spare. Jesus Christ. What is this lottery? The Botez lottery. Only 1 point to spare? Could be. But who else was there? Because Alessia didn't win. Amazingly played by Andrea. What a beautiful tournament. What a beautiful result. Ladies and gentlemen, that means that we start the countdown now. 5-minute countdown because we got 7 prizes for this last round and it's time for me to change the Twitter. It is time for me to change the Twitter. Yeah, man, slightly upset for Andrea because she has played a phenomenal game, completely outplayed, and deserved to have won this game. But chess is hard. In any case, we have established the dominance. We won the tournament. Alexandra on her winnest of them all strikes. And she's gonna join us soon. But for now, we got the countdown. 4 minutes. Botez immortal. Let's go. Oh boy. Yeah. Was it such a nice game by Andrea? Where is it? Few moments. Few moments. Well, yeah, for some reason, Andrea didn't fail. She probably time pressure, but I think the critical moment was here. Andrea spent too much time calculating a4 and if white could stop the pawn or not, and spend all her time where instead she had an option just to move the king up and the rook cannot take the pawn and just play it fast. But okay. But okay. Do not forget you have to fill in the Google form because you need to use the email address that you have already used to create your account, or if you're about to use it when you're creating your account now, and you can claim your first $20 off using the code Botez20 for your first trade. Thank you, Coinbase. Huge thanks to Coinbase, who have been the sponsor of this event so far and honestly brought huge luck to Alexandra. Who knows? But what an impressive result. What an impressive result. $20,000 given away throughout the tournament to show the world who is the leader. The leader of Sardinia chess. What a road. And again, fantastic tournament for Andrea as well. Yes, girls are gonna join us soon. Fantastic. Fantastic performance by Andrea. Unfortunately, slightly disappointed but okay, it still have a point. Andrea gets into 1900 after the European tour. Alexandra gets back to 2000. Fantastic performance. Bombastic performance. 2 minutes left for the giveaway. My co-host, Mr. Hammer, decided that the game was gonna be completely won and left us alone. He's gonna celebrate with the girls later. Boy. What a result. What a performance. 1 minute, 30 seconds left for the last giveaway before it's too late. Participate in the giveaway, in the raffle. Use the command. Fill in the Google Doc form. Use the email address that you have already for your account before it's too late. 1 minute left only for our last giveaway. Alexandra wins the tournament, gets home the prize, $1,500 or euros. But that is not important. What is important that she wins the tournament with almost perfect score. Undefeated. 8 and a freaking half. Me, myself, I said it would be impossible. But guess what? Alexandra proved me wrong. It was possible. It is possible. Alexandra did it. Congratulations. And we got 20 seconds left for the final 7 winners for today's giveaway. Thanks to Alexandra's win. Thanks to her winning the tournament. And I do want to thank you all, guys, for being here all this time, staying with me, staying with us, me and Hammer. Right, Hammer? Right, Dina. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the winners are Mr. Moko 12, Week Les 97, William Texey, Jacob, Chuck Norris 8, Jeremiah Dream, and the last winner is Spicy Capicola. Congratulations, guys. And thank you, Coinbase. This has been such an exciting journey. And Alexandra, our champion, is ready to join us. Woo! Okay, this is a bit too much. Okay, Dina, calm down. Calm down. This is not your show. Calm down. And here she comes, our champion. Congratulations. 8.5 out of 9. What a lottery. What a complete domination. Phenomenal result. Congratulations, Alexandra.
We did it! We did it! We popped off! What a great tournament! I can't believe we won the last game also. Oh my god. Feels good to be a winner occasionally.
You just destroyed the whole Sardinia. And today's
Hell
game
yeah.
was really good. Today's game was really great. Honestly, you got him totally confused.
Fuck yeah. No, it feels good. Also, what happened to Hammer?
Well, he chose soccer over you.
What?
But it's simply because he saw you winning and he was like, she can do it without me. He only gave up on you when you were completely winning.
Early?
I mean,
Hammer's playing soccer when I'm here laboring for the win? He doesn't. How many students does he have? I'm like his only student.
But soccer
Well, other than Magnus, but I don't think he's teaching Magnus anymore. Now maybe I know why. Damn. It's okay. We still won. I'm guessing Andrea drew.
Yeah, for Andrea, it was honestly a little bit heartbreaking because she played a fantastic game. She was 2 points up, completely winning. But the end game was like, yes, she needed to be careful. And somewhere along the lines, she wasn't precise. It was I'm pretty sure she's upset, but she's back to, you were crossing 2000. She's crossing 1900. You guys both had a fantastic tournament.
I know. What a great event. It feels good. It feels good.
So, what you gonna wear for the prize, for the opening, for the prize ceremony?
I don't know. Usually I sleep through the closing ceremony, but I guess for this one I'll show up, so we'll see what it is. Oh no, it's in an hour. That's so soon. But you know what? That's okay. We did it. Feels good. No, it feels nice. It feels nice. Last tournament was really, really rough. So to have a turn of events, I mean, this is my highest performance FIDE rating I think I've ever had, which is nice considering we're retired and streamers and trash. So we take these. It feels good. Onwards and upwards. If we can do it, you can do it, chat.
And Hammer is congratulating you through the Discord. He says he's here in spirit and he's very proud of you.
Okay. Well, oh shit, lunch is closing. I'm gonna go get lunch.
All right. I am very impressed and I am happy. I will be happy to complete my bet and change my Twitter tag to whatever you want.
No. It was only if I was 9 out of 9. So if I'm not 9 out of 9, it doesn't count. But honestly, I could have gone 9 out of 9. I had winning chances even in the drawn game, so I don't think it was impossible. But you know what? Beggars can't be choosers. 8.5 out of 9 is fantastic.
Well, yeah. Well, I didn't believe that she would get even 8.5 out of 9. So here you go, champion.
Hell yeah. Well, chat, Dina, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I guess Hammer too. He's been a good coach. Thank you guys for supporting us through this tournament. We'll keep updating you guys on the next tournament. We're trying to decide when. I'm not gonna take her Twitter because I am a woman of her word. I was only gonna take it if I got 9 out of 9. 8.5 out of 9 is not good enough. And also thank you, Coinbase, our first ever sponsor on a tournament. I'm really appreciative of them. If you guys haven't signed up and gotten your $20 off off Coinbase yet, I would appreciate it if you do, if you haven't already, just to show them thank you, because without sponsors like them, we can't have commentators, giveaways, plus all of the travel costs. So it's super helpful. Regardless, thank you guys so much. I feel good. We're gonna celebrate. We are the champions. Fuck yeah, baby. Okay, Alex out. See you guys. Thank you, Dina. Thank you, chat. Much love to everybody.
Wow, that was rough. And that was our champion. Congratulations, Alexandra. What a fantastic performance. Oh my lands, who would have guessed they came to their last tournament completely fed up with chess, completely worn out, and yet it has been their most successful tournament. Wow. All right, guys. Well, I guess you gotta be treated with a very nice YouTube video soon about the win and the tour. Oh.
Hello. Oh, is Alex in here?
Hello. No, she left. How
I
are you?
wanted me to yoink her some pasta because there's no mass food. Do you know if she's on her way to lunch?
Yes, she's running to you.
Everything. Okay, hang on. Stay on. Let me dial in 1 second. I'm gonna grab her pasta. There's literally nothing. They took the buffet exactly at 2:00 as we finished, giving the champions no food. So I'm gonna grab her some pasta really quick, and then we call. 1 second. Okay. Let me call. I'm gonna dial back in 30 seconds. I'll be back.
Sure. No problem. I was like, the moment I was gonna do the raid, what? Who is this? Who is this? Yeah, man. What a tournament. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna use this unique opportunity to thank you all, guys, for being here with me all this time, all this 9 rounds. It has been an amazing journey. Thank you so much for being so warming and welcoming on the Botezlive. Thank you, Hammer. You have been an amazing co-host. It was an honor to be commentating this event with you, and I am so excited. I'm so excited. So yeah, this is amazing, and I don't know what else to say. I am in tears. My cheeks are hurting from smiling, but you know what? We take it. It's 8 a.m. Soon I'm gonna go back to bed and sleep. But right now, I am here to celebrate. What a beautiful night has it been. And the Botez are winning. I was quite happy to hear Andrea's voice. She sounded pretty positive. Dario Di Dario, big shout out to Dario Di Dario. Big thank to Dario Di Dario, who has been an amazing supporter. And yeah, if this is a time to kill the time, then why not to self-promote? Do check out my Russian School of Chess on School, where I teach how to play chess the right way. All these principles. 8.5 out of. Oh.
Drew, I'm over 1900, but I would have liked the win. How'd you guys do?
We do great. We were a little heartbroken for your game because we know what you feel and we also feel it, but you do have to know that you played another fantastic game, and the end game was actually not as easy.
Yeah. No, I mean she was very strong, so I mean I had a feeling like, okay, if I was gonna draw, I wasn't gonna be super upset, and she defended really well. But yeah, I don't know where I went wrong with the rook.
I think you really played perfectly. Like, there was a time when you started thinking for a long time, calculating if you should sacrifice the pawn on h7 and play a4. Did you consider just instead king b6 and she cannot capture because of the check, because of the double?
I did, but I did, but I thought it would transpose into the same thing. But I don't. My head's so. I did consider king b6, but then I thought like rook comes down and then threatens the pawns.
But
Threatens
the thing is, the rook would be down. It would be passive. So just play that, save time, and then like slowly
Yeah.
put the pressure. But it wasn't clear.
Yeah. Oh, hi, chat. Yeah, it would have been nice to end with a win, but you know what? I ended above 1900, and that was my dream to reach, to pass 19. So the goal, it was accomplished. So I'm gonna just end on a positive note.
And you did it so quickly.
Yeah, it was. But I mean, Alex is a champion. It was a good tournament for us. So.
For both of us, you both played really great chess. I think, like, who would have thought it's your 5th tournament in a row? You're so tired already and worn out, and yet you scored your best chess ever.
I appreciate it. I probably made like $20, but apparently I finished in the money, which, you know what? I never finished in the money, so.
You're probably also getting a female prize
Oh, they're doing female prizes?
as well, yeah.
Well, I'll take it. Also, I got pretty lucky because my prep, I had no prep, and we barely looked at the idea if she was going to go with the c3 with the Smith Mora gambit, and she didn't. I didn't know anything, and then if she would have taken with the queen, I would have been fucked. So she honestly like gave me a lot of chances by taking with the pawn. So I'm also just grateful for the draw. Alex is yoinking my food. I need to keep my eyes on my prize here.
Not all of it.
300 euros. Really? Okay, maybe I don't know. We'll see. I'll let you guys know what I get. But anyways, guys, we are starving. We're gonna enjoy our last meal here before we're off to America. We're going back home. I'm gonna do a catch-up stream. Any final words for stream, or did you log off already? Okay, chat. Well, Dina, thank you for all the good vibes. Chat, thank you for all the support. Alex is first place, which is pretty insane. I have a feeling we'll want to keep up the chess after this. And I'm finally 1900, so you know what? This was a good tournament.
Exactly.
Hello? Dina?
Yes, I'm truly impressed by both of you. And damn, Alex, not only she finishes 8.5, but she also finishes 1.5 point above everyone else.
Hell yeah.
Are you changing your Twitter banner?
No, it was only 9 out of 9.
I offered her, but she refused. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's about winning the tournaments and not about the number of points.
Yes. Okay, chat. Well, hey, stop stealing my beats.
You said it was for both of us.
No, I said that's for both of us. It's my salad. Okay, I need to protect my food. All right, chat. I need to keep my eyes on my prize. You're stealing my salad. Okay, goodbye, guys. It's a very beautiful salad. You see?
Our salad.
No, my salad. Okay. All right, chat. Thank you guys for all the support. Dina, I'll let you raid. Who are we raiding today?
Sounds good. Get some rest.
Okay, chat. Alex and I are going to do a little catch-up stream from America once we get settled in, where we just talk and tell stories of the last 3 months of living in Europe. So it won't be too long till we're back. So we'll see you guys soon. Get home safe. I need to watch my food. And thanks, everyone. Bye, Dina. Talk to you later.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
All right, and that is a wrap. Bit sad. The European tour is finished. Officially closed. After 5 tremendous tournaments, sisters are returning home. And with that, I shall say goodbye. Thank you guys for watching. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be here. I cannot wait to see you again soon, somewhere in the near future. But as of for now, thank you for watching and see you on the next stream. Bye!